John Mooney. Just what Ireland required to break that partnership. And if they could winkle out Mohamed Nabi here, they'd really be in a strong position. I think they were right back in the game. Tense cricket for that first hour. Johnson's really tested. The Afghanistan batsman. But it's Mooney who's made the breakthrough. John Mooney credited Johnson and Sorensen yesterday for his 3 wickets. He said it was those opening spells that had put the pressure on. Had put the pressure on Afghanistan. It was easy enough for him to come in and bowl after that. There's a defensive shot there to end the over, so Mooney takes the first wicket of the morning. Let's have a look at all 4 of his wickets. Three fantastic catches. That one by O'Brien, Niall O'Brien. This was just remarkable. Andrew White, I think his arm extends to about 5 feet as he takes that one. And then leading edge from Mohammad Shahzad, and in the shadows of last night and then in the bright light of this morning, that's a poor shot from Shah, and Kevin O'Brien says thank you very much. Back live with George Dockrell. And the Afghans will know they can't afford to lose 2 wickets quickly like they did last night in this situation. Dockrell forcing Stanexai back there, and he eases that one down to a deepish mid-off for a single. Skipper now taking his guard. It's forward defensive. No run. Oh. 117 for 4. So wherever you're listening in to us from around the world, do let us know. We had some interesting geographical spots yesterday. Some different locations: Norway, Czech Republic, USA, India, Nepal. Do we have one from Nepal? I'm sure we must have done. Afghanistan and Ireland, of course. Australia, Cairns, top end of Australia. Wherever you're listening, drop us a line, hashtag iCup. And we've had an interesting first hour here. Probing stuff from Trent Johnson, 7 overs from him. A wicket with his first ball from John Mooney. No luck from Sorensen, and George Dockrell as yet not asking really as many questions as he did last night. Mooney to bowl his second over. Get in touch on the tweets, hashtag iCup. Good delivery outside the off stump from Mooney there, just in the corridor as they say, and Stanik's eye there beaten. Looking a little bit nonplussed, didn't quite know what was going on with that one. Seen that regularly this morning, just the one, just a couple of edges, but only one that's really carried to the slip cord. That is pretty close. Mooney again finds that just worked into the onside. Trent Johnson fielding with his feet. Jonty Rhodes wouldn't like that. We had Jonty Rhodes in the commentary position during the World T20s. He said he only has one piece of advice for fielders: don't use your feet, especially fast bowlers. Although I think there's one or two spectators enjoying a little bit of breeze over on the far side there. Bit of shade under the trees. It's a very pleasant day today. Mooney again. A slash outside the off stump. That's through to the keeper. We did have one or two Ireland fans inside the ground yesterday. Let's have a look, see how close he was to this. Oh no. Long way away, but shouldn't really have been having a swish at that. That's a better shot. Let's have a look at that. That's everything very watchful. Mooney driven up to mid-off where Johnson fields. And we're asking you for your locations, where you're listening. And Darabi says, you forgot about Canada. It's about 2 in the morning and there were plenty of us up enjoying quality associate teams going at it. Thank you very much for that, Darabi. So we can add Canada to the list now. I reckon that's at least 8 countries plus Ireland and Afghanistan. Let's see if we can add to that in the next 15 minutes.
Get it, John!
Dockrell giving that one plenty of air, no run. I think Afghanistan will be the happier of the two teams here this morning. We've just lost 1 wicket to date. And there's an appeal for something there. I think does that just clip the top of his pads a little bit too high. Let's have a look there. It's going well down the leg side. That's beautifully bowled by Dockrell. So for the first time this morning, a couple of deliveries from George Dockrell that have just troubled the Afghanistan batsman. And this time Stanek eases that away. He's got one in a T20. He may well have scrambled back for a second, but not in a 5-day Intercontinental Cup Final. Perhaps we can yes, he's happy to be off strike. George Dockrell. And sort of watchful forward defensive there from Nabi. Forward looking to drive, then a very athletic stop by Dockrell off his own bowling. Let's have a look at that from Dockrell. Plenty of air and very acrobatic, almost goalkeeper style. 119 for 4. And a couple more tweets with your locations. Sajid says, I'm watching from London. Thank you for that. I don't know whether we got England on the list. We certainly have now. Thank you very much, Sajid. Ezat from Canada, 115, and he has exams too. Ooh. Oh, you make sure you do well with those. Mooney on the mark again. Dord says you can add Perth to your list. I imagine that's Perth in Western Australia. I believe there's a test match going on there later this week. Mustafa, we heard from him yesterday. New York. Here again, so he's going to be embarrassed going to work with sleepy eyes again. Up listening there in the US of A. Quietly into the offside. Getting plenty of locations in here. Luckman, I'm watching from South Australia with my family, and we're really glad to see Afghan players, thanks to the ICC. I'm watching from London. It's 7:15 in the morning here, says Sajid. So keep those locations coming in. Thank you very much for those tweets. Always good to know that you guys are enjoying yourselves. Mooney, and that's pushed into the offside. John Moon is coming up to 32 years old now. Plenty of experience. He's been around here a long time. Not that many first-class matches. Considered more a one-day specialist by Ireland, but his previous best bowling, 4 for 73, slightly better than that at the moment. In fact, that's his best figures in a match. 2 for 5 was his previous best figures in a first-class innings, so comfortably is best bowling this, Mooney, and looking for a first fifer in Ireland colours. His best bowling in ODIs 4 for 27, so he has taken 4 wickets before. But never a fifer for Ireland, so that'll be a big moment if John Mooney can just snaffle this 5th wicket. Remarkable that he's actually taken the top of 4 Afghanistan wickets to 4. Good bowling there from the North Dubliner. And there you can see Mooney's success. Just the one wicket to 4 this morning. Kevin O'Brien snaffling a fairly straightforward chance at second slip. Straight into the bread basket. That one went. So Porterfield and Dockrell having a natter, trying to work out various tactics where we're going to try and get him to play. Try and get him playing away from his body a bit, perhaps. Pushing. See how he pushed at that one in the last over, Skip. I'll try and get him coming forward outside the off stump. Looking in fact, Porterfield's just getting some protection there, so he can come in and field at bat pad on the offside. That's a short leg as well. And for the new batsman, they're bringing deep mid wicket into orthodox mid wicket. Dockrell pitches up, and that's smashed away. Down to wideish long off for 1 run.
We want maximum right shoulder in between you, left shoulder.
Now Dockrell again. Pushes quietly into the offside, Stark's eye.
Oh!
Forward, watchful in defence. Very
stuck in the mud.
Hard fought cricket this morning. Dockrell surveying his field.
That's why I don't wear them.
Goes for the big shot. Fails to make contact.
Not far off getting the back of the head there.
And he's caught behind. Dockrell has struck. The finger goes up and Stanek's eye's gone. A 5th wicket. Ireland will feel they're right back in this. Shown a lot of patience in the first hour, played a lot of fine shots, but he's enjoyed that square cut. He's gone for that one. Little fine edge. O'Brien's taken the catch. He's absolutely delighted with that, Niall O'Brien. Finger goes up. And Ireland have their 5th wicket, 120 for 5. Afghanistan, who look well on top a couple of overs ago. And this now has Ireland back in the game. A couple of quick wickets and it can all change around. So out comes the man at number 7. It's Sami Shenwari out there to join his skipper. Still plenty of batting for Afghanistan. They really do bat down to number 9 really. Looking for a 6th wicket. John Mooney looking for his 5th. Bowls to Mohamed Nabi. Afghanistan, they know they're in a battle now. No wickets for Johnson or Sorensen, but they put the pressure on with those early spells. And now Dockrell taking his first, adding to John Mooney's 5. John Mooney's 4, should I say? Apologies. Don't want to give him that 5 for before he gets it. Outside the off stump there. One more wicket, you feel, and Ireland would be on top. Not if they were going to play shots like that. That's a delightful drive back down the ground. 4 runs. Let's look at this again. A little bit over pitch from Mooney, but very straight drive. Only just missed the stumps at the far end. See what you're all saying in Twitterland about that. We've got Haroon from Sweden listening in as well. Add Sweden to that list of countries then. The Netherlands as well, Mansour. Good to know that you're with us, watching with your brother. Probably get a little bit tense there now, eh? 5 wickets down. There's plenty of batting to come yet though, so plenty of time as well for Afghanistan. Applying themselves very well here. Najim, you're listening in Toronto, Canada. Oh, you'll be pleased with that one then. That's driven sweetly past extra cover for 4. Let's have a look at that one again, if we can, on the on the replay. Mooney going wide of the crease there, looking for the Yorker, really only bowling a low full toss, and that one's put away. Fahim, second day of a very interesting game, you say, and you're in California, San Diego, California. Spike Rogan, Ireland fan, I would guess. He's watching from the Pocono Mountains, I hope I've pronounced that right, of Pennsylvania in the USA. So lots of different lots of you listening in from different parts of the United States. Dockrell starting to ask a few questions. Afghanistan, well, they're only trailing by 59 at this point, but I need to just not worry about getting past that Ireland total too quickly. Sweep, and that's pretty safe. It was in the air, but no fielder down there, and that races away down to a couple of those Afghanistan fans down on that far side who've made their way out here to Sports City in Dubai. Let's have a look at that sweep shot again, and if we can, maybe wait until after this ball if we've got it. Dockrell live.
Oh!
Shouldn't worry there in defence. Dockrell just hurrying through these overs.
Well, Jorge, give yourself a few tea as well. It's really hard.
Cleverly just angled into the offside. He's only going to get one. Paul Sterling coming around to complete the fielding. That steals the strike. Where else are you watching from? Let's have a look. Zubair, you say enjoying the beautiful game between Afghanistan and Ireland, but you don't tell us where you are. Great. Najib, watching the match from India. Great to see Afghanistan cricket team with more strength these days. Thanks, ICC. Lots of support coming in for the ICC. VMAX, by telecasting these matches live, ICC have won millions of people's hearts around the world. Oh, we like messages like that, VMAX. The wicket looks very Indian subcontinental, says VJ. A slow turner, and Dockrell is loving it. He's bowling well at the moment. Here's the man who's taken most of the wickets though, John Mooney. Dord is saying Afghanistan need to bat patiently. There's plenty of time left in this match, and I think we've been saying that up here in the commentary box as well, Dord. Thanks for that. And there's a sixth wicket. Mooney's got his fifer, and that's the end of Sami Shenwari. He's looked to work that down to third man. It's just carried. And let's watch this again. Pushing there very low, but no mistake from Andrew White at third slip. John Mooney has taken a 5th wicket. His first fifer for Ireland. He's getting congratulated by all his teammates. Afghanistan are 133 for 6, and Ireland are right back in this game. It was Afghanistan's first hour. They looked to be very much in control of the situation, batting beautifully, but as soon as Mooney came on, wicket with his first ball, and now there he's completed his 5-4. John Mooney, 5 wickets for Ireland. Well, we were all talking about this being Trent Johnson's final game for Ireland. We're expecting a big show from Johnson, but it's Mooney who stepped up to the plate. 5 wickets there. First 5 wickets in the game. And Afghanistan are now going to have to fight and fight hard here. So that will have warmed a few of you up watching this stream in Dublin and Belfast, Derry. You'll have enjoyed that. I can imagine a big smile on the face of Willie Dwyer at the moment. Big Ireland fan up there in North Dublin. 133 for 6. And that's in the air through a vacant gully and 4 runs. So Moway's off the mark straight away, but a little bit risky, that shot. Let's have a look here. 3 slips down there waiting for it, and look at that, a 4th slip would have gobbled that one up. What's that chat about, do you think, between the 2 batsmen there? Maybe the skipper just saying, well, be careful outside off stump. Mooney can't believe it. First 5 for Ireland. Has bowled well on this pitch. Another of you listening from Toronto, Saf, thanks for that tweet. You'll all be enjoying this very, very good cricket at the moment. Ireland bowled out for 187 yesterday. They thought that was nowhere near enough. Very disappointed with that. Afghanistan looked to be heading for a comfortable first innings lead about half an hour ago. Then came John Mooney with 2 wickets, George Stockrell with another, and 137 for 6, trailing by 50 runs. Mooney completes another successful over. Applause from his teammates. Spike Rogan's got back to us and said those mountains, they're actually pronounced Poconos. Poconos mountains, not heard of those before. Spike, and yes, go figure, Rogan supports the Irish. Thank you very much for that. And VJ saying Mooney over the moon with his 5 wickets. Looks like Mooney has taken the mantle from the big man. Well, I think the big man might have words to say about that. Trent Johnson, who's just suggesting a field change at the moment to his skipper.
Why 2 straight? Next 3.
Nabi on strike. If Ireland could get the Afghanistan skipper before lunch, they'd really feel they were on top. Never mind back in the game.
Oh, well done, guys. Well done. John boy. He's on, Doc. Doing a good job here, pal.
Dockrell. Now he plays quietly back to that one. But, giving a bit more air there by Dockrell. And again, and brilliantly driven, fiercely driven through the offside there by Mohamed Nabi. That's a second boundary to the skipper. Indeed, that's his third boundary. And struck that, found the gap, and that was a 4 from the minute it left the bat. He's given that one more air again, Dockrell, and Nabi just eases it out to deep mid-wicket. Yes, Afghanistan, who are looking so comfortable at 116 for 3. 142 now for 6. Dockrell drops that a little bit short, and a strange sort of shot there from away. He's just back and almost waved the bat at it. Let's have a let's have a look at this scoreboard. All you John Mooney fans there back in Ireland will be delighted to have a look at this. Indeed, we'll show that later. 5 wickets for John Mooney. Looking for a 6th. Slightly over pitch there, driven comfortably to short extra cover. There you go. I think John Mooney's family will want to do a screenshot of that one and save that for a poster. Bowls again, and that's hit firmly through Ed Joyce there at backward point, and it races away for 4. Was that in the air? We're trying to not quite sure what's happened there. Joyce says he's lost sight of it. Joyce is shrugging. I think that could have been from the reaction of the Ireland players, that could have been another chance. Joyce now being sent back to the boundary. And that, I think, shows how Mohamed Nabi is going to approach the rest of this innings. That's a bit of width and a shot that perhaps he won't be too proud of. Flinging the bat at it. And he's gone again, and he's gone through mid-wicket. That's 4 more. The Afghanistan captain showing the way. He's playing his shots. He's not going to hang around. 150 for 6. There's the 150 up. Taking the attack to John Mooney. How long will this assault last? Mooney dropping a little bit short there. Whoa, thank you very much. Middle of the bat, 4 runs. Mooney this time outside off stump, and no, he doesn't push his luck too hard. Allows that one through to the keeper. Balls again, and that's gone down the leg side this time. Good take by Niall O'Brien. And there those 5 wickets again for Mooney. Top scorer Ashgar Stanexai with 41. Only one batsman still to get to 50 in this game. There's no great demons in that pitch, and I think both sides will be disappointed perhaps not to have scored a few more runs out there. Dockrell again. Watchfully forward. This time Maways. His role, it really is to give support to his skipper. Dockrell bustling through his overs. Oh, tossing that one up, and Maways looking to drive. Skipper's coming down the pitch to have a word now. Look, I'm scoring the runs, you stay there. That'll be the advice.
Yeah. No, you're okay.
Allows that one through to O'Brien. I think at the end of this over it'd be good if we could have a look at those John Mooney wickets for all you supporters back in Ireland. I'm sure I'd like to see those again. 3 fantastic catches for the first 3 wickets yesterday. 2 more regulation catches today.
Have a couple, John, maybe.
Interesting
Maxie, come straighter
change
again,
in the field. Yeah? Joyce coming very
coming, Maxie,
very straight. And always allowed to leave that one. Right, let's have a look at these Mooney wickets then. I'm sure you'll want a video of these for the scrapbook. Great catch by Niall O'Brien. Even better catch by Andy White. Splendid take. This one a good caught and bowled. Those were his wickets yesterday. Today Flat-footed shot taken at second slip by Kevin O'Brien. And another shot there trying to ease it down to third man. Andrew White snuffling the catch. That was John Mooney's 5th wicket, his first fifer for Ireland. And here he is into the attack again. Afghanistan battling for first innings lead, 150 for 6. Mooney to Narby. No run. Keep those tweets coming into the commentary position here. As you say, it's always great to hear from you, whether you're supporting Afghanistan, whether you're supporting Ireland, whether you're neutral, wherever you're listening from, the America, India, Australia, the North or South Pole. Keep them coming in. We've had plenty this morning, and thank you very much for those. $151 for 6. That brings Maways on strike. The coverage of the I Cup is pretty impressive. Thanks for that, Mum. Actually from Spitfires, Kent. Thank you. Impressive game, actually. Outside the off stump, left alone. A VJ on Twitter saying whenever Afghanistan look like they're running away with it, Ireland come back strong. Go Ireland, go. So VJ definitely supporting Ireland there. Who's there? Enjoying watching from Adelaide, Australia. Thanks to the ICC. And Will Brennan getting very confident. Time to give the ball to Trent Johnson. Let's mop up this tail and have a lead going into the second innings. Thanks very much for that, Will. I'm sure Trent Johnson will be back into the action after lunch. I'm sure you Afghanistan fans will be looking for a first innings lead. Mooney bowls to Maways, and an exaggerated defensive shot there. Mooney on the spot again, but safely negotiated. Sharif asking, is this the first test series between Ireland and Afghanistan? From North Carolina in the USA. Well, it's test match conditions, very testing out there, but of course not an official test match. These two teams are not full members of the ICC yet. Only the 10 full members play test match cricket. Lots of people, I'm sure lots of people watching this would love to see both Ireland and Afghanistan up there playing tests, testing themselves against perhaps not the very top nations yet, but certainly against some of the lower ranked full members. Elegant looking drive there, down to long off for a single for Narby. Let's see whether Dockrell persists with this rather unorthodox field positioning, with about 2 bat pads there on the offside. This don't see that very often. And there the ball's high in the air, and not quite taken by Sorensen, coming in quickly. Didn't get hold of that.
Ball.
Went for the big shot, hit it in the air. Sorensen coming in off the long off boundary, just failing to get there. Had a dive, couldn't quite get his hands to hold on. Field resorts now to a more orthodox position for Mohamed Nabi. Nabi perhaps thinking about coming down the track there, but just pushes it into the offside.
Angry man.
Dockrell tosses up a drive. Past the short extra cover. Nabi wanted a single. His partner didn't. End of that over. Mooney to continue. Will on Twitter suggesting that Trent Johnson should come back. Trent's polishing the ball away there for John Mooney, but I'm sure he'll open from the top end before after lunch. Mooney driven through the offside, runs there for away. Fielders keep it to I'll just save the one run there. 3 runs. Justin Smith is saying it's depressingly dark here this morning. Need some cricket to liven things up. He's watching us. Oh, we've got a new country to add to that list. 156 for 6. Waved at that one a little bit. Mohamed Nabi won't be, I think just pulled his bat inside the line. Suresh, thank you for your tweet. Watching from Belgium, supporting Afghanistan. So we can add Belgium to the list now. Still early morning over there. Coming up to 9 o'clock. Good looking drive, but straight to the fielder. Again, just waving the bat at that a little bit. Nabi. Mooney probing away, but Nabi the master of that delivery. The way things are at the moment, I think Ireland are just about shading this this morning session. Not too much in it, but Afghanistan had the best of the first hour. Ireland certainly the best of this second hour. Another wicket now, and I think it would be definitely Ireland's morning. We need to Nabi, and he plays that back. Now this is going to be interesting, this next over from Doc, because we saw Moways attack him and very nearly get out. There is the card again. Just the wicket keeper and the two opening bowlers to come. So this is an important partnership if Afghanistan are going to get a first innings lead. They'll be very disappointed if they don't. See this interesting field again with those two men on close on the offside. Very rarely see that sort of straight silly mid-off, do you? It's Joyce is in a far more orthodox bat pad. That the straight fielder there, William Porterfield, looking straight at the batsman. Just Dockrell again tempts him, and Moways having nothing of it in this over. The last over he had a bit of a slog, didn't get hold of it. Could have been taken by the fielder running in from long off. Sorensen just unable to get there. Dockrell again puts that on the mark. Now Moways has restrained himself for 5 deliveries. Can he go the whole over without having a yahoo? I reckon Doc was going to just float this one up there, tempt him. There it is, and just short of extra cover. John Mooney, that ball just reaching him on the half volley. That's a maiden over from Dockrell. So we're approaching lunch on the second day. This game right back in the balance here at the ICC Global Academy. There's the traffic on the adjoining roads. Pretty quiet out there this morning. You might be able to hear the buzz of some racing cars practicing in the distance somewhere. They've been going at it most of the morning. 156 for 6, so 31 runs in it. And Paul Sterling into the attack for the first time, off spin. Full toss, hit straight to short extra cover. He's got away with that. Sterling, better length this time. Sterling quicker. Here he goes again, and that's just pushed quietly backward a point. So could well be the last over before lunch. And that's a much quicker ball outside the off stump. Mohamed Nabi just content to play that through. So very much an even Stevens morning. Definitely Shah and Stanekzai giving Afghanistan the best of the morning, best of the first hour. But then Mooney taking a wicket with his first ball. And a second wicket, George Dockrell taking a wicket in the middle. 3 wickets for Ireland. And a hard fought morning comes to an end. 156 for 6. A lot depending for Afghanistan on their skipper Mohamed Nabi. He's 24 not out. With Ireland, well, they'll be happy with their morning's work. They'd have liked another wicket, but they'll be happy enough with that situation. Afghanistan 156 for 6. 31 runs is the Ireland lead at the moment. We'll be back in 40 minutes. Thanks very much for your company this morning. Yeah. Good afternoon, welcome back to the afternoon session, this second day of the ICC Intercontinental Cup Final. Ireland against Afghanistan, beautifully poised this game. If Afghanistan may be just shading it a little bit at the moment, but it's been a well fought morning's cricket, and in reply to Ireland's 187 all out, Afghanistan 156 for 6. Crucial hour coming up here. If Afghanistan can bat through it, bat themselves to a lead of, I don't know, 70, 80, something like that, that'll be very important. If Ireland can just whittle through this tail, then who knows where the next hour will take us. George Dockrell to start it, and Moways with a watchfully defensive shot. Ireland persisting with this interesting offside field to Moways, obviously expecting him to pop the ball in that direction. He did have one mow at Dockrell before lunch and just got away with it, just fell short of Sorensen running in from long off. Very circumspect start to the afternoon from the Afghanistan batsman. Dockrell rushing through his overs. Really good game of cricket this turning into. Ireland fighting back hard after what they consider to be a below par score. This time Moways goes back, plays that defensively. And Dockrell now just sending his mid-wicket back. Tosses that one up, and again there is no run there. So a sedate maiden over to start the afternoon. If you want to get in touch with us, there on the right of the screen you can see #iCup. Just include that on any tweet, and we'll get to look at it. We can't read them all out, but if you're in an interesting location or listening from, tell us who you're supporting and where you're listening from. Read a lot of them out. There's what happened this morning. Ramat Shah the first to go. John Mooney's first ball caught at second slip. Stanexai then top score with 41. He went back, tried a square cut, just edged one to the keeper, and Shinwari caught trying to steer one down to third man. As we thought, it's Trent Johnson who's going to be opening up this afternoon. Final match for Ireland. Things haven't really got his way so far. Third ball duck yesterday. 2 really testing 7 overs spells so far, beating the bat. Well, certainly well into double figures. Probably in both spells actually. He's been past the bat 8 or 10 times in each spell. As yet not taking a wicket though. Let's see what he can do here. Met comfortably by the Afghanistan captain. All to say hello this afternoon to Gary Wilson, the Ireland wicket-keeper who would have been playing in this game. Sure Gary's listening. Very ill yesterday. Hopefully he's recovering. Hopefully we'll see him at the ground before the end of this match. Johnson again, and that's pushed into the onside. A quick scampered single. So let's have a look at some of your tweets here. Not too many coming in the last hour, so you want to send one in now. Got a good chance of reading it out. Tweeting from Kabul. All eyes on Captain Nabi. That's from Abdul. Thank you, Abdul. Johnson there, well wide of off stump, just tempting the drive from a ways, not tempting him into playing it. Little teaser. Yes, Gary Wilson going down some sort of illness on the eve of the game. I know he wasn't here yesterday, but tweet in if you like, Gary. And Johnson past the edge of the bat yet again. Barely an over has gone by without him doing this. Look at that. That is an absolute cracking delivery. He just goes slightly wide on the crease, angles it in, straightens it up, and hasn't found a thin enough edge yet. One or two thick edges that haven't quite carried to the slips. There's not a great deal of pace in this pitch. Johnson again. Bowls, and that's exactly what we were talking about. Found the edge. Soft hands from the batsman, and not enough pace on the ball to get it to slip. Moways just, in fact, playing that one into the ground. I thought he'd just edge that shorter slip, but bottom of the bat into the ground there. He needs to give his captain good support this afternoon. Johnson again. That's what Moways needs to do, just see off Johnson. And that's the end of Johnson's first over of the afternoon. He does have a great sense of the occasion, Trent Johnson. I'm sure he's going to produce something before the end of this, his final game. There's the card then. 5 wickets for John Mooney. First 5 for Ireland. In fact, the first time he's taken more than 2 wickets in a first-class match for Ireland. And one for Dockrell. He'll be looking to add to that. Mohammed Nabi on strike.
Oh, it's a nice ball.
Watchfully forward.
This must be hard for Nabi, huh? Must be hard for Nabi to block it. You know what he wants. Oh. Well.
Dockrell just probing away. Drops a little bit short there, and Nabi's taken advantage of that. He's got it away, backward a square. That's going to run all the way nearly. Just kept in. Wonderful chase back there from cover to keep that. Only saved the 1 run, but that just shows the keenness out there at the moment. It wasn't that short really, was it? Just a bit of width and enabled the Afghanistan batsman to come back for a third. Ways allows that one through to the keeper.
Oh,
Dockrell again.
all good.
Ireland keeping the runs tight here.
Oh,
What they can't afford is to let Afghanistan charge away. Let runs come too quickly. Afghanistan batting sensibly there.
right, Carson. And those, join us, John boys, please. Somebody come.
Johnson to continue. He's bowled on some pretty flat pitches in his time. Vin 2005, that was a very flat one down there when Ireland won the I Cup for the first time. Derby defensively. 2008 in Kenya. Kenya needing a draw. Flat as a road in Nairobi. Well, actually a lot flatter than the roads in Nairobi. Very hard track. And Ireland somehow managed to squeeze an innings victory there, winning in the final hour of the fourth day. And then earlier this year, another very flat track at Sharjah, that match ending in a draw. Johnson on the mark again. After that draw at Sharjah against the UAE, Trent Johnson nominated those 3 pitches as the flattest, most unresponsive pitches he's ever bowled on. A little bit more in this one here at the Global Academy. Not a lot, but just occasionally when he goes wide of the crease, angles it in. Just a bit of movement away off the seam. And VJ, very upset that Trent Johnson's going. He's saying, watching with a teary eye, knowing that the big man will play no more. Who can forget his famous World Cup match against Pakistan? It was his show, he said, that match against Pakistan. Well, Niall O'Brien might disagree with that with you there, VJ. I know Trent Johnson hit the winning 6 in that World Cup match. Actually sealed the game for Ireland, but it was Niall O'Brien's 72 that won both the game and the Man of the Match award. Johnson again. And no run there. Oh, playing a miss there. And Johnson must be beginning to wonder whether he ever will actually take that wicket. And that's outside. Oh, bit flat batted, I think. If Mohamed Nabi looked at that again later, he'll think to himself, no, I shouldn't really have gone there. Dockrell to Maways. They've changed that offside field a little bit. You've got the back pad back in place on the leg side. Just trying to apply a little pressure there.
Oh.
Dockrell not tempting any indiscretions at the moment. Bit more air there and a drive out to long off in the air a little way. Well, he wanted a single there, but sent back by Maways. Just having a look down at these two sides, and this time Nabi has got his single. Just having a look at the two sides in comparison with the teams that played in the T20 final just last month, and a question there from Rick Thorburn who's saying how many changes are there to the two teams? Well, Afghanistan have 6 survivors from that T20 final. I want to look down at the Irish card, see how many of they also changed, of course, with the. Let's see, Gary Wilson is sick, he can't play, so obviously he's dropping out of this team. James Shannon not here either, or Alex Cusack and Tim Murter. So Ireland have 7 survivors from the T20 final, and Afghanistan have 6 survivors. So the teams change, and you'd get that, and you have your T20 experts, and you also, of course, have your. That's pulled in front of square. Very good shot that from the Afghanistan captain. That's 4 runs, and that shows the pace here in this pitch, that he's able to play that in front of square and strike Johnson for 4. You do, of course, say get changes from experts. That's a very good pull shot, isn't it? You do get T20 experts and first-class experts, really. Ireland have got John Anderson in the side there. And, of course, you have illnesses and unavailabilities. Changes the sides as well. Nabi wants a single there, but decides against it. Justin Smith is saying time for a few overs from Kevin O'Brien, if you ask me. Well, we didn't, Justin, but thanks very much. Plenty of bowling options in this Ireland team, of course. Forward in defence. We've got one to add to our list of where people are listening from. It's raining here in Nairobi, says Arman. Hope it rains boundaries there in Sharjah for the Afghanistan team. Well, we're not in Sharjah today. We're just a little bit down the road. We're in Dubai at the ICC Global Academy, but I'm sure you'll be happy for it to rain boundaries here as well. And there's one more to Nabi, so that puts Afghanistan just 20 behind. So cracking game of cricket going on here. And talking to the ICC, we've got one of their big wigs in here with us now. Although he's too young to have a wig. Tim Anderson, I'll let him tell you what his job title is, because it'd be far too long for an old bloke like me to remember.
Thanks, David, and good afternoon, everybody. Global Development Manager all sounds a little bit lofty and high and mighty. I can guarantee you it's not.
Tim Anderson. All the top guys at the ICC seem to be Australian these days. Now, we had up here yesterday. We had Eddie Fitzgibbon, and of course there's Richard Doan as well. So good time to be Australian at the moment too.
Perhaps that references to that other cricket, that less important cricket than the Cup Final going on in Australia at the moment. But yeah, the third Ashes Test kicking off quite soon in Perth. It'll be interesting to see how the English react to the first two Test match losses.
It's going to be very, very hot down there for that one by all accounts. Should be a cracking game in Perth. The Test matches there generally are. It'd be churlish of me to point out that was the only Test that Australia won in the last Ashes series down in Australia. 167 for 6, but certainly I think Mitchell Johnson will be a frightening prospect down there. Good game of cricket going on here at the moment there. That ball's tossed up and bringing a drive down to long off. So just inching towards that Ireland total. Afghanistan, they've had a couple of setbacks, and then they seem to be getting on top, and then there's another couple of setbacks. It's been a real hard-fought game. Big stride in there defensively from Moways. Dockrell just tempting and teasing. Oh, that's a quicker one, and no run. As part of this very impressive ICC development program, Tim, you must be delighted that the way these two teams particularly are coming on.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, David. Ireland and Afghanistan have really set themselves apart, arguably over the past 2, 3, 4 years, but certainly in the last 12 or so months. Qualifying automatically for the World Cup through the World Cricket League Championship, and then having a terrific contest in Abu Dhabi only a couple of weeks ago, the final of the World 2020 qualifier, where Ireland put on a fantastic display.
A little bit more air from Dockrell there, but just a comfortable single. I was talking this morning with Shafiq, the Afghanistan team manager, and he was saying that perhaps Ireland have got the edge over the shorter games of cricket on Afghanistan at the moment, but on the longer variety of the game, Afghanistan, well, they beat Ireland the first time they played. They got a draw, rain-affected draw, admittedly, in Dublin a couple of years back. But maybe they're closer to Ireland or perhaps ahead of Ireland in this form of the game, particularly in these conditions.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? If you actually watch these two teams play, you'd actually think the opposite would be true. You'd think that Afghanistan, given the way they're so aggressive and they play pretty hard that they would actually be better at the shorter form. But as it's turned out, it's actually the opposite.
Trent Johnson in his last game, he's been well, you're talking about the performances in I Cup. He's taken more wickets than anybody from any country in his long career for Ireland. He's played in all 6 editions of the Intercontinental Cup. Trent Johnson. Last game for Ireland here. Also, he says he's retired once before, but 39 years old. I can't see the big man coming back again. He'd love to take a wicket here, though.
And you can see why. He's the highest wicket taker in the I Cup, nagging line and length. Wicket isn't really offering a lot. Obviously, John Mooney getting some good swing before lunch, getting some wickets, but Trent Moore hitting the wicket. Just in and around that off stump, nagging away, very patient. That's really the order for the day with Ireland at the moment. I'm interested, Dave, that Afghanistan have not been as aggressive as perhaps I thought they might have been. 2 players out here now, Mohammad Nabi, Mirwais Ashraf, naturally aggressive players, but certainly being very patient, waiting for the bad ball.
Plenty of time, 5-day match.
Pace.
Johnson bending his back, getting that one through, but seen very early there by Mirwais.
Mirwais Ashraf Noor, known for his bowling, but during the World 2020 qualifier and again in the T20I against Pakistan on Sunday, coming up the order and batting very well for Afghanistan.
His first T20 half century, and he's in his final T20 game and in the final. So he is a man for the big occasion, Trent Johnson, and there's a fair way left in this game so far. He hasn't made the most auspicious of starts, but who's to say that he's not going to produce something later on in this game. Looking very much at the moment as though Ireland are going to concede a first innings lead to Afghanistan. Didn't necessarily look that way when the 6th wicket fell, but these two batting very sensibly, just taking their side closer to that 187 all out. Johnson, when he has found the edge, it hasn't carried, beaten the bat lots of times, and that has found the edge and has gone over the top of the slips. And there will be, it's hard to take this sort of thing because he's bowled beautifully. And
there we go hard. Big slash. Interesting whether height-wise, David, that was reachable if it had gone over the top of either Sterling or Niall O'Brien. So it went straight through the gap.
Found the gap and it's gone through.
Have a look on the replay here. What a wide gap between them. And, oh, you would have actually thought it probably not reachable where it went through, but if it had gone more over Sterling or O'Brien's head, you would have thought they might have snaffled that one. Standing very wide at first slip there, Paul Sterling.
Niall O'Brien back behind the stumps because Gary Wilson is laid low with a virus. On the road to recovery, we hear, listening in or watching this live stream. Lots of tweets coming in, Tim. If you've got any questions for Tim Anderson, who's a very important man when it comes to the development of cricket at this level, please do let us know. We can ask him when he thinks that Ireland and Afghanistan will be ready to join the big boys, perhaps. That'll be it's for others to decide, but they must be getting very close now in terms of ability. I think the T20 which isn't always the best gauge, of course, because it is a short game and things can go wrong. But that first round of the World T20 in Bangladesh is going to be very interesting.
It is, and there has been some criticism levelled at the way that this event's been structured, as opposed to having 4 groups of 4 having 2 rounds. But I actually think that to offer the opportunity for the top associates to play against the bottom 4 members in a competitive ICC event on the global stage is a really, really important step. And if Ireland can get through, or Afghanistan can get through, or perhaps one of the others, the Netherlands perhaps, or Hong Kong or Nepal, it'll be another indication of the talent that exists at this level.
It'd be a great following for that one group with Bangladesh, Afghanistan and Nepal in it. I mean, that arguably 3 of the most fanatical sets of... I've only got to mention Nepal and we'll get 80 tweets come through. Fanatical sets of supporters. Eased comfortably off the back foot there for a couple, Sterling around to do the fielding. I put, not exactly putting Eddie on the spot yesterday, but I asked him, he knows a lot of development about the development of this level of cricket in yourself. Would you expect both the full member countries, Bangladesh and Zimbabwe, would you expect both of those to go through those groups? Or would you expect one of the associates to, and you don't have to say which associate, and you don't have to say which test team won't go through, but would you expect both of them to come out of those groups?
I think that's a great question, and I think that at least the perceived position of the countries ability-wise at the moment would suggest it'll be very close. I think Bangladesh at home will be very strong. They've proven over quite a long time now that even the more senior full members, when they do go to Bangladesh, you can have some very difficult games, and New Zealand has been beaten in Bangladesh on a couple of occasions in the last few years, so I think that's going to be a tough ask. You could probably argue that the other group with Zimbabwe in it, that might be the chance. Expectations, hard to say. I think we'd like, as a development program, we obviously have a key objective of trying to get good performances against full members when they arise. It would be great in my mind if we can get possibly one through. That would be terrific. But again, I don't think that the teams will go in there expecting anything easy is going to happen. It's going to be a terrifically difficult competition. 3 matches in a pretty short space of time. Probably need to win all 3 of those games, you would have thought, to get through. But there's some good talent, particularly on this field here today in 2020 cricket, and then some other sides coming through too. The Netherlands may well get some of their other players in. Tom Cooper, Van der Gucht and Dirk Nannes, who knows, possibly could come in. That would certainly bolster their team, and therefore they might be a chance to knock off one of the full members and get through as well.
Yeah, certainly everybody looking at Ireland and Zimbabwe in that second group, and could well see the Netherlands in the mix as well. We were saying yesterday, it's almost a no-win situation for Zimbabwe, isn't it? If they go through, everyone will say, well, you're the test-playing country, so what? If they go out, then it's a tough one. Certainly a very tough one indeed. Zimbabwe cricket showing signs of coming back strongly as well in the last 12 months or so. Well, we got a straight answer yesterday from Eddie. Do you think an associate country will qualify for the Super 10 of the World 2020? And finally, to save Tim Anderson from answering that question, Trent Johnson takes the wicket. He's found the edge, and that's the end of away. He's looking for the drive, and Johnson, having beaten the bat about 20 times, lies down on the pitch. And here he's gone for the drive, little nick, and Niall O'Brien takes the catch. And everybody's saying, well, Trent, you've certainly worked hard for that one. And I don't know whether we got a picture of him lying down on the pitch after taking that wicket, but he certainly deserved it. 175 for 7 then. Afghanistan just trailing by 12 runs, but they've only got 3 wickets left now. And the captain's still out there, Mohammed Nabi. Lots Lots depending on him. And wasn't he pleased to take that?
Yeah, big Trent, as we said before, he's bowled good lines, and that's what he does. Line and length, just nagging away outside that off stump, has beaten the bat on numerous occasions and has got the nicks, but they just haven't gone to hand, and he deserves that wicket.
You see that position he was in there, lying flat out on his back. When he's finished this game and he's finished his Ireland career, I think he'll probably spend about a week in that position. Trent, he's bowled his heart out for Ireland over the last 10 years, been a wonderful, wonderful servant. Only 2 Ireland bowlers have ever taken more wickets for Ireland, Dermot Monteith and Jimmy Boucher. Trent can't go past either of those 2 now, but my word, he has been a fine servant, and there'll be delight in Dublin. I know his wife Vanessa's been following these live streams, and as indeed loads of fans both in Ireland and Afghanistan have. And Tim, they're all genuine. We've got loads of thank yous coming through for the ICC for putting on this live stream. People do like to watch their associate cricket, and I know there are expenses involved. We were talking yesterday about my enormous fee, obviously, but Johnson again, he's got one. Maybe they'll be like buses, 2 will come along together. 175 for 7, but genuinely people around are all saying thank you for this. We must see more of this cricket, because this is entertainment. This is a proper game of hard-fought cricket, and people are enjoying watching it.
Yeah, and of significant quality. I think that's one of the key things too, and we were able to attract major broadcast to the final 4 days of the World 2020. Sky Sports in the UK, Star Cricket in India, Sky in New Zealand, ESPN in the US, and those broadcasters don't pick up this type of cricket if it isn't of a significant standard.
And that's, well, as soon as you say that, a ball gets past cover and pinch a couple of runs. It's known as the commentator's curse.
And I think if that was Will Porterfield, probably the best fielder in associate cricket by a mile.
Well, I don't think you need to. You don't think you need the associate in there. I think he's one of the best fielders in cricket. Full stop. 177 for 7. Then Afghanistan trailing by 10 runs. Still think they should get a first innings lead here, but Ireland will feel they're right back in this contest. Johnson taking his first wicket, looking for a second, and passes the bat again. Back to doing what he's done for most of this game, which is just, I think if we look at the replay, I'm guessing he'll have gone wide on the crease, angled it in, just left the batsman off the pitch. So he's done that consistently. And oh, that's a beautiful delivery on what is a pretty flat pitch out there.
Yeah, it's a good batting wicket, but still there's reward, isn't there? Good bounce, hit the seam, just decked away a bit, as he does, Johnson.
And again. And he's thinking to himself, what more do I have to do? Apart from his skipper there, and well, that was just a really, if you're going to be unkind, that was just a pretty straight half volley outside off stump. The batsman just getting himself in a bit of a tangle there, could quite easily have nicked off a second one for Trent Johnson, but he's broken that stubborn 7th wicket stand, and there we go. Well, before I forget, we had a tweet in yesterday, and you might know the answer to this. I certainly do now, because I went and checked with the match referee. What balls are used in the ICC Intercontinental Cup?
Well, I would have a guess that they'd be kookaburras.
They are kookaburras. Yeah. So there was a question yesterday as to, can't remember who it came in on the tweets. We didn't know at the time. I've gone and checked for you. So it's the kookaburra balls. And and Gary Wilson obviously watching this, the laid low Ireland wicket keeper watching this live stream, he's saying that new celebration of Trent Johnson's, it's one to rival the famous chicken dance. I'm not sure he's going to do that every time, Gary, but I know what you mean. Dockrell in and bowling.
I must admit, David, I haven't seen a lot of Afsar Zai bat, but interesting to see if Mohammad Nabi, the Afghanistan captain, changes his tactics a little bit, frees the arms a bit, knocks that into cover for a single. Obviously an extremely powerful player if he wants to be. On to 38, but interesting to see whether he decides at some point to be a bit more aggressive in this particular position.
Yeah, he had a little dart at John Mooney before lunch, and we thought, oh, hello, he's off. He's decided he's going to play some shots, get Afghanistan past this Ireland total in a hurry, but he's gone back to a more circumspect approach since lunch. Dockrell again, and Zazi back across his stumps, just plays defensively. His job is to stay there with his skipper, of course. And Ireland won't have seen too much of the Afghanistan wicketkeeper in one-day games. They're more likely to see Mohammed Shahzad behind the stumps. He's a great character, isn't he, in the Afghanistan team?
I know I'm not supposed to have favourites, but little Shazzy, yeah, he's all right. Doesn't mind a few words here and there.
I think it's always a great comparison, I think, with Shahzad and Paul Sterling on the Ireland side. Not only who scores first, but I think maybe who gets to the buffet first as well. 178 for 7. 72 overs gone, so the new ball not too far away. Johnson will continue. I think this is good tactics. There is Johnson's wicket finally at the bottom, getting rid of Moraes in that last over. 5 wickets for Mooney. He was saying last night when we interviewed him after the game that he thought he'd benefited from the opening spells of Johnson and Sorensen, who kept it so tight, and when he came on, they thought, oh well, we can score some easy runs here, and he picked up a few wickets very modestly. Johnson and has now be back defending. Field eased out a little bit, offering the Afghanistan captain a single. They'd obviously like to get him out, but the alternative to get him out is to get him off strike. So Mooney's taken the 5, 1 for Dockrell, who's wheeled away, been very economical, caused a few problems, but not a great deal in the pitch for him. Johnson again, that's hooked away, but it's in front of square, and it's going to be 4 runs, just beating the 2 fielders out there. And again, when he's tested him with a short ball, he has hit that in front of square in a very safe shot, and a very productive shot. So into the 180s now, 182. You would think Afghanistan would get a first innings lead. Of course, the first innings lead isn't important. Obviously, it's important in the match sense, but not in point sense in this final. It's not a deciding factor if the match is drawn. In the group matches, or then there are points for a first innings lead. Johnson back on target again. Then in these games, it's just a straight result, an Ireland win or a draw, and the title goes to Ireland because they finished top of the group. Afghanistan win, and of course they retain their title. Ireland have won this trophy 3 times. They Didn't retain it a fourth time. Afghanistan won the last edition. The two best teams in associate cricket. Head-to-head, eagerly awaited match here, and it's turning into a cracker. 187 all out, 182 for 7. So Ireland fighting back. And we say the two outstanding teams in associate cricket. We were just having a look at the table yesterday, Tim, and Ireland and Afghanistan won more games than the other 6 put together. So I think the other 6 teams won 9 games between them, and Ireland and Afghanistan won 5 games each. 7 qualifying, 8 teams in the tournament play each other once, 7 games. It's through outside the off stump again.
I often hear comments about the test of Test cricket for the full members, and these obviously being equivalent multi-day games for associates, 4 days, and it really is the test of the better players to be able to bat for long periods, bowl tightly for long periods, concentrate for long periods, that sets the men amongst the boys, so to speak, at this level. And these two countries certainly got a bit more going for them than the others at the moment.
Johnson, and that's played defensively into the offside, so no success in that over for Trent, but he did finally make his breakthrough in the last over and had that wonderful lying down celebration. So I'll just have a quick look through Twitter here whilst we've got Tim Anderson in the box to see whether we've got any questions here.
Interesting to say though, David, just with the scoreboard up there, that these teams have played a lot of coloured clothes, white ball cricket over the past few months, not a lot of long version cricket, and you can just see on that scoreboard there lots of starts from the Afghanistan batsmen, and perhaps that is an indication of not being used to batting for long periods. Smaller totals than you would anticipate on this sort of a surface at this stage in the game.
The Afghanistan team have adapted very well, I think, here, because it was only two or three nights ago they were playing Pakistan in a T20, and to go from a T20 straight into a 5-day game, not ideal preparation, you would suggest. It's well bowled by Dockrell. There's a question here from from Farhimmel. I hope I pronounced that right, Farmer. And that is the end of Zazi. He's down the wicket, stumped by Niall O'Brien. He's come down and attacked that delivery, hasn't made contact. We'll have a look again, straight forward, stumping for Niall O'Brien down the pitch. Thank you very much. And that's as easy as you like. And the skipper at the other end is not going to be happy with that, because he's going along serenely on 42 and they're getting out at the other end. And it seems, I think from an Irish point of view, I'm going to have to ask you some more difficult questions, Tim, because every time I ask you one, there's a pause, a wicket falls, and whatever else. But this right back in the game, and I'm sorry, Farmel, I'll have to leave your tweet for a little bit, because the match situation now means that just 7 runs, just 5 runs between these two teams, and that's a second wicket for Dockrell. So tense stuff here to see whether Afghanistan can get their noses in front. They're certainly not going to get that lead of 170 or 200 that Shafiq was talking about earlier. And again, you have to wonder whether that was the wisest of shots, with his skipper going so well at the other end.
Really impressed with George Dockrell's bowling in this game so far. We've seen him bowl a lot in 20 over cricket and 50 over cricket this year. Just a bit more freedom at this level in this sort of match for a spinner. Throws the ball up, varies his pace a little bit. That was beautifully bowled. Drew the batsman down the wicket. Look into the big shot. Just a little bit slower, a little bit of spin. He's really enjoying his work out there today.
Afghanistan now need to get these runs. They need to stay there, need to give support to the skipper, who's leaning on his bat at the far end, no doubt thinking to himself, we need to bat for another hour or so. That pushed out to mid-off. Now this is sensible play. And good end to the over there for Afghanistan, but they have lost an 8th wicket in it, so just 5 runs, trailing by 5 runs. We'll do that that question quickly with Farham. I'm sorry it's taken so long. These two are looking very good teams. Why are they not welcomed by full members? That was the tough question, Tim.
I'm not sure if they're unwelcome. It's a very fair question, and it's something that lots of fans of associate cricket and affiliate cricket are keen to understand. The reality is that the Future Tours program, which is the schedule of cricket between the full members, is very full, and it is difficult for full members to include additional cricket games. And fans out there of associate cricket want to see Afghanistan and Ireland play more, and as do we. And to be honest, I think a lot of the full members do as well. However, their priorities are to look after their own backyards and their own cricket. I think a number of members have been really good recently in opening up some time. Pakistan certainly being one of them, with Afghanistan, and played them a number of times.
And with Ireland as well.
And with Ireland. England playing games against Ireland and Scotland on an annual basis. Australia have played some games against Ireland and Afghanistan. They also sent their A side across to Europe earlier this year. So opportunities are opening up.
Johnson trying a around the wicket approach now to Navi. So yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? The way the structure is with the Future Tours programme and Test matches having to be played, all the extra cricket, the Premier Leagues around the world as well, taking the best players out for a time. There's only 52 weeks in the year. A lot of cricket to be played, but I'm sure if these teams keep on improving, there'll have to be a seat for them at the top table in not too distant future. Well, we got another one here. Hi Tim, says Mansour. Are you satisfied with the structure of Afghanistan's domestic cricket? How do you see Afghanistan's cricket in the future?
I must admit, I don't know a lot about the specifics of Afghanistan domestic cricket. I know there's a lot of it, and they play a large number of competitions over the course of a season. There's a lot of people playing cricket in Afghanistan. I think the depth of their cricket in their country is a key reason for them to be successful at this level. And obviously the structure is producing some very good players, both at under 19 level and the senior level. So without knowing the detail, but knowing there's a lot of it, I would suggest that the structure is looking pretty good. I'm sure, though, that the Afghanistan Cricket Board, led by CEO Dr. Noor Mohammed, who does a very good job and is extremely active, will be always looking to improve on that. Second part of the question about Afghanistan cricket's future, it's extremely bright as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I think we'd all agree on that. I know the Ireland team are all very impressed by Afghanistan and very welcoming towards Afghanistan. They enjoy these contests and enjoy the games. Another question here from Suresh, and I'm sure a lot of fans from both teams will be wanting to know the answer to that. What are the requirements to get full membership of the ICC?
There's a set of criteria that need to be met. Now, off the absolute top of my head, I'm not able to name them. One of the things, however, that has been considered from an ICC perspective is not so much the membership status per se, but more the benefits, I suppose, that go along with being a full member of the ICC. At the moment, that means you get a certain amount of money, you're able to compete automatically in global events.
Did that quite carry? I think it probably did, from the look on the face of Trent Johnson there. I think it's carried. I think it's popped up in the air. Edge there. Let's look at this again. He's looking for the. He's trying to guide that down to third man. Oh yes, that's gone in. That's and the rebound has very nearly been taken by Andy White. And well, Kevin O'Brien there's injured himself attempting to take that, and that's. That would have been the end of Mohamed Nabi, and at 182 for 8, it would have been 182 for 9. Afghanistan might not have quite got that first in his lead. It's Johnson, who's bowled beautifully without a great deal of luck.
Sitting flush on the
hands on hips,
on the wrist. Oh yeah. Quality of slips catching in this game so far. That one should have been snaffled, but not quite so.
Well, a reaction there from Nabi to go down the wicket and have a bit of a swing to the leg side, and that's certainly hasn't gone where he's intended. Disappointment there, as you said. The slip catching has been outstanding from both sides, right from the word go. With well, it was Nabi himself taking that. Fantastic catch to remove Porterfield yesterday morning. The standard has been outstanding in this game of fielding.
Just getting back to that question, David, and I think it's an important discussion to have about status and benefits and all those things that come along with being a member of the ICC. And as I was saying before, the discussions at the moment are more about how the benefits are rolled out, and there are a lot of discussions about the ICC's future funding distribution models post our current rights cycle. ICC is going to market for its new rights cycle post the 2015 World Cup over the next 6 or so months. Distributions from those rights fees are provided mostly to our members, and that process of distribution is being considered at the moment, whether or not it'll continue in the same way or possibly be changed.
A lot of the questions, certainly from Afghanistan and Ireland's perspective, does come down to funding, and I think I don't know what the ratio is, but I think it's certainly they get only a fraction of the funding that say the bottom two full members get, Bangladesh and Zimbabwe.
Yeah, that is correct, and one of the other benefits at the moment of full membership is, or has been at least, the automatic qualification into ICC major events. Now that will change in 2019 for the World Cup. There will be a qualification process that will include full members as well as the top associates. Now, again, that is detail that hasn't been worked out just yet, but is being looked at pretty much at the same time as the funding distribution model has been looked at for this new rights cycle. So that's where the possibility of having not just more associate full member cricket happening on a bilateral basis, but also providing greater context to bilateral one-day cricket at the moment, where we've got games here in the UAE over the next few weeks between Pakistan and Sri Lanka, and obviously they're important games for both countries and they're important games for the fans of both countries, but ultimately the winners and losers, there's nothing riding on those games in terms of qualification or anything else. There's obviously ranking points associated with that, but at the end of the day, that's what does that lead to? If you come on top of the rankings, you get something, but if you come 5th or 8th or 7th, then there isn't anything riding on that. So gathering more context around.
In the air and taken at third man. Johnson's got his second wicket. Nabi had decided in that previous over that he had to go after Johnson. He's only got Zadran at the other end, and the number 11 to come, and that was Ed Joyce taking that catch. It's gone for the big one. It's in the air, carried all the way down there to third man, and well, that's the ninth wicket down, and Ireland still in with a chance of getting that first innings lead here. These first innings are going to be virtually, well, virtually you would think level here at this turning into a smashing game. It's been a great first hour after lunch for the Ireland team. They picked up 3 more wickets, and Afghanistan now save an enterprising last wicket stand between their opening bowlers. Are going to be just about level with Ireland, maybe a few runs in front, maybe a few runs behind, but all set up for a smashing next couple of days. And it looks like an official drinks break at the moment, so we'll just take a break for a couple of minutes. It's nice to ask. I've been very gentle with these questions. Sort of PR as far as that goes. But, I mean, the Irish team, per se, for instance, in 2007 when they knocked out Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe had gone home with $10 million, and Ireland had got 250,000 or something. It's
The disparity is not quite as bad as that, but it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot more than our full members. But again, as I said, that's one of the things that's been looked at. As far as I'm concerned, it's about cricket and it's about money. They're the two things. And again, the thing about status, because those benefits have been linked to status, but if the benefits in the future were linked to performance as opposed to status, and you start having accountability around performance, be it going up or be it coming down, then that will really change the system. So they're the types of things that have been looked at.
It's too much of a cosy little club at the moment. Anyway, I'll be back. You have to keep taking my ear out, because if I can hear him, I can't hear you, and vice versa. And we're ready to go again here with Trent Johnson looking for the final Afghanistan wicket with 182 for 9 on the board. At one stage, Afghanistan looking for a big lead here. Mohamed Nabi taking them close to it, but he's gone now, and Afghanistan looking as though they will only just about match Ireland's first innings 187. May not even match it yet. Johnson again bowls, and that's outside the off stump through to the keeper, maintaining this round the wicket approach. Certainly at one stage there where Afghanistan were going along very nicely at 116 for 3 and then 175 for 6. You thought, yes, they're heading for a comfortable lead, maybe even a decisive lead in terms of this match. But now it'll almost, it would seem it'll almost be that the first innings won't have mattered, and it'll almost be, in the terms of this game, a one innings match. Who does better in the second innings if these scores are virtually tied after the first innings?
Just looking at the wicket, and I actually got out a chance to have a look out there at lunchtime. Still a good grass covering. The way things are going, you don't anticipate that the fourth innings wicket will be as bad as it can be sometimes in 4 innings games. So it really is set up for a terrific last couple of days. You wouldn't think at this stage that we'll get to the 5th day, but you never know.
And the wicket holding up very well indeed. And Johnson again going past the edge there. So 2 wickets now for Trent Johnson in his final game for Ireland. 2 for Dockrell, 5 for John Mooney. So Johnson now deciding to go back over the wicket. We've been talking to Tim Anderson, ICC Development. Keep those questions coming in. I think he's answered he's answered them pretty well. It's a difficult situation at next ball again through outside the off stump, the end of the over. As far as the future development goes, particularly these two teams are the two teams that are closest, as you can see in this match, to Bangladesh and Zimbabwe. I think if you had a four-cornered competition over 5 days between these four teams, I don't think you could pick a winner. I don't think you could turn around and say, well, yes, definitely Bangladesh will come out on top in that, or definitely Afghanistan or Ireland will be bottom. I just don't think you could pick between those four teams, and it does seem, certainly from an Afghanistan and Irish point of view, that the big money, which helps with the development, it helps with the coaching, it helps with the facilities, does seem a little unfair that goes in big chunks to two of those teams, and in smaller chunks to the other two. That's something that'll be addressed at start of Doc Raw's new over, because if these teams keep on improving, they just cannot be ignored. Zadran playing defensively again. I'm sure that won't last long. I'm sure this last wicket pair have got to not try and hang about, try and score a few runs. An annoying 20 or 30 here, and it would just put the momentum back with Afghanistan as Ireland came out to bat for a second time. That just guided down to slip there, trying to look for that big gap. Backward a square on the offside. Down the wicket and stumped, and that's the final Afghanistan wicket down. We knew eventually Zadran would have to make his move. He has. He's danced down the wicket. Afghanistan all out for 182. Ireland have the slimmest of first innings leads, just 5 runs between it. And Dockrell has his third wicket, tempting him down the pitch. Missed it, and O'Brien has the bails off. And no doubt at all there that the bat wasn't down in time. A simple enough decision for the umpire, and Ireland have completed an excellent for them first hour of the afternoon. Afghanistan will be disappointed not to have got a first innings lead. They did very well to bowl Ireland out for 187. Ireland have fought back and have got that first innings lead. Let's just have a look, if we can, at the card, or are we going to leave it? We're going to leave it there and take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back with you when Ireland start to bat for the second time. This morning said we don't want to, there's no reason why they should get more than 220s and we might still nick a lead. The last 4 wickets they're going down for. So the thing Ireland do very well, they don't let them get away. They don't, at no point did they really slip the leash. We'll see how it goes. Plenty of overs left in the day. I'm trying to stay neutral up here, but it's not always possible. So got one in here. So I think just a minute. of frustration as to the way it's going. I thought you was pretty open as you could be.
Stopped with social media comments a long time ago.
Hello, hello, 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check, stump mic check. Hello, stump mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Downstairs. You want to stay through here till 2:30?
So what's the go now? We've just gone past. So it'll be 45 minutes, wouldn't there be? About 45 minutes. What time? It'll be 40. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's fine. I'll settle tea. That's
Half
fine.
an hour.
Oh, we catch
it.
Yeah. That's fine. Yeah.
You want a Coke or water?
Water would be good. In fact, I might go to the bathroom as well.
Well, welcome back here to the ICC Global Cricket Academy for this Intercontinental Cup Final between Ireland and Afghanistan. Ireland have taken a first innings lead of 5 runs. They took the last 4 wickets for just 7 of the Afghanistan innings, and here we are ready to go again, second time around. And the Ireland batsmen at the crease, William Porterfield and Paul Stirling, certainly weren't expecting a lead. And it'll now be down to the Afghanistan side to try and hit back here. They need to get the momentum back with them. They certainly had it at lunch. Porterfield, that's a lovely shot down the ground, straight drive, and that's a fine way to get the Ireland second innings off and running. 4 to the Ireland skipper, Paul Stirling, at the other end, and a little bit over pitched and just a straight shot played through the V, so Porterfield will feel better for that. Several times during that innings it looked as though Afghanistan would gain a useful, if not a big first innings lead, but Ireland just kept pegging away. 3 wickets for Dockrell, 2 for Johnson, 5 for Mooney. That ball's cracking delivery outside the off stump. Porterfield pretending he took his bat away from that. I don't think he did. I think he was beaten genuinely there, and that ball a little bit of pace and zipping through. Let's have a look at this one again. Good response, and yes, definitely beaten there, the Ireland captain. So cracking end to this game in prospect. Porterfield just waiting, letting that come onto the bat. It's 2 best teams, as we've said, in associate cricket, head to head, 5 days, and you couldn't get much closer. 187 all out, 182 all out. Ireland will now be looking to build on that slender lead. Zadran, and that's driven firmly up to mid-off. No run. Polish of the new ball at mid-off. We've been talking to Tim Anderson of the ICC development program. He's been answering your questions, and he's going to stay with us to tea. So any more questions on the future of the game in at associate level? So 1 or 2 tweets coming in, but most of them, as you can imagine, are talking about this game at the moment. Not happy with Afghanistan's performance, says Jamshed. I'm sure you're not the only one, Jamshed, but a lot of Ireland fans very pleased that they've bounced back in that post-lunch session. One stage 175 for 6 Afghanistan, bowled out for 182, so Ireland keeping the pressure on there.
Well, interesting to see, David, with the momentum certainly with Ireland over the past hour or 2 of this game, whether Afghanistan can arrest some of that back with a wicket or two. As we know, Paul Sterling about to face his first ball, a destructive player if he gets away.
And Sterling, big appeal first ball. Sterling's not interested, neither's the umpire. Sterling suggested it's come off his hip. So Tuller there up for the appeal. Let's have a look, see what that did hit if we can.
Certainly live, it looked like it just flicked the thigh pad, just off the hip there of Paul Sterling.
Just came off the hip.
But a great
Good
take down the leg side,
by Sazi going down the Sazai going down the leg side. Got a hand to it, glove to it.
Been a real feature of this game so far. The behind the wicket catching, been excellent.
There's a Tuller again, and Sterling punching that one through the offside. He'll want to come back for two. He does.
Of course, the ball moved around appreciably yesterday morning at the start of this game. Dalit Zai in swingers to the right-hander. Dalit Zadran away swingers to the right-hander. It was a real good and ultimately very useful mix for Afghanistan, getting early wickets against Ireland. Interesting to see whether they can extract the same amount of movement as they did yesterday morning. It suggests probably not. Wickets has certainly flattened out and looks pretty good to bat on at the moment.
Need wickets with a new ball, Afghanistan. Nearly got one there, but it's just slipped past the fielder under the helmet. Let's have a look how close this was. Well, I've seen those taken, but the batsman would have been cursing his luck if he'd gone there. Porterfield now scratching out his guard. 7 without loss, so Ireland have already more than doubled their lead. 12 runs in, 12 runs ahead.
Will Porterfield picking up a terrific ball from Dalit Zai in the first innings, just moving across him. A nick into second slip where Mohammad Nabi was fielding, although looks like Mohammad Shahzad has taken second slip from the skipper in this innings.
There's a Tuller again, and Porterfield standing up and punching that up to mid-off. I think when you're an opening batsman, this is the time really when you want to start your innings, isn't it? Middle of the afternoon on the second day. You often draw the short straw. You get put into bat, the ball's zipping about, and you really got not too many complaints batting at this time.
Yeah, often you either get it at the start or you get it at the very end of the first day. Yep. After your bowlers have had a go and you've got to go in and face a nasty 5 or 10 overs. So I would have thought Porterfield and Sterling will relish this opportunity if they can get through the new ball.
There's a Tuller again. He's played that one nicely through the onside. Sterling, that's racing away. I don't think that's going to be cut off, and indeed it just pops up over the rope. So a confident enough start by the Ireland batsman here. If we look at that again, there's a Tuller just straying there, and that's just whipped away for 4 runs, his second boundary. The Ireland captain, heavy run scorer in this competition. He's the leading run scorer in the history of Ireland cricket is William Porterfield. 10 centuries in all forms of cricket. That's pushed up to mid-off, and no run there. So confident enough start from the Ireland opening pair. As Tim was saying, a lot easier batting out there than it was yesterday morning. Keep those tweets coming in. A few new ones here. Any for Tim Anderson on the development of the game. I suppose the development of the game of cricket, and also the development of this I Cup final. Mushtaq saying that Afghanistan tour of Zimbabwe is confirmed. So that's something for Afghan fans to look forward to. What they need to do at the moment is stem this flow of runs from Ireland, though. That's a quick couple there. Sterling pushing that through the onside. These two batsmen can be very quick run scores, very effective, of course, in T20. Interesting yesterday that Ireland, approaching this game obviously as a 5-day first class match, didn't make as many runs as they did in the World T20 final when they only had 20 overs to bat, and they made 225. Zadran again bowls, and Sterling's happy just to allow that to pass through to the keeper.
I think there's lots of things that come into that. Mindset is obviously one of them, but also, red ball cricket, the red ball does certainly move around more than the white ball, a little bit more in the deck, and you just want to try to acclimatise, get back into longer version cricket after playing so much 2020, a lot of one-day cricket as well these teams have played this year. It's just that adjustment's just taking a little bit of time.
Sterling forward defensively there. And questions come in from Borowai, who says a question for Tim Anderson. What will Afghanistan's ODI status be after this I Cup? Will it be extended? Well, I think if there's any confusion there, this Intercontinental Cup doesn't actually affect the one-day international status. It's not one-day international. Afghanistan have got ODI status, and how long does that stay with them?
Well, by virtue of qualifying for the World Cup, they...
Sterling there, pulling that one into the short leg fielder, but it doesn't seem to have hurt him too much. And
I can only assume that that's hit his padding somewhere. It was quite a loud thud. He got a fair bit of it, Paul Sterling, and he's a powerful batsman. He didn't seem to worry too much about it at the bat pad, so we can assume that it didn't cop him in the flesh.
Yeah. Taking evasive action, saved his side 4 runs, though, I reckon. Sterling's pushed that one into the mid-wicket gap. Called yes 2.
Both bowlers just straying a little bit, trying to work out how much movement they're going to get again. As I said before, the ball moved around appreciably yesterday morning. Dalit Zadran bowling some beautiful outswing. Doesn't appear to be as much movement. Might just have to move his line across a little bit. Sterling powerful through the covers and point, but also very good to the leg side.
A positive approach from the Ireland openers. Zadran again. Pitches up, that's down the leg side, and that's gone. Sterling's gone. He's just got a little tickle to that one, and looked up at the umpire, but Tim Robinson wasn't giving him a second chance there. That one, a genuine glance from Sterling. Let's have a look at that again. It's going down the leg side, off the bat, and thank you very much. It's thrown up in the air. And Paul Sterling has to go. So the first wicket down for Ireland. I don't think too much blame can be attached there to Sterling, looking for the genuine leg glance from that ball down the leg side. That's the second time that delivery's taken a wicket. Of course, it was responsible for the first wicket in the Afghanistan innings as well, when John Mooney got what is known in the game as a strangle down the leg side. And I think that one was a bit of a strangle as well.
Be mightily disappointed, Paul Sterling. Such a talented player and a great player to watch. Dalit Zadran can consider himself a little bit lucky. I said just before that ball, he'll be looking to try and work out what sort of shape he can get. He started that ball around about leg stump and it just kept on going. Didn't swing at all. I'm sure that wasn't what he was after, but he'll certainly take the wicket. The dangerous Sterling out. Ireland 15 for 1. Just the start Afghanistan needed to try and wrestle back some of that momentum, which has certainly been with Ireland today.
Fantastic final here. And another question for you, Tim. Is this going to be the last Intercontinental Cup?
I've heard that being spoken about a little bit in some quarters, not from within the ICC, but from outside of the ICC over the past few months. I don't anticipate that to be the case at all. We have a very strong view that the I Cup 4-day first-class cricket amongst the top associates plays a very important role in their development.
That was the last ball of it over, so Ed Joyce not having to take strike yet.
And so although there's a fallow year in 2014 for I Cup cricket and also for World Cricket League Championship, with the focus very much being on the World 2020 and preparation for the World Cup in early 2015, so there won't be any I Cup or World 2020 Championship, World Cricket League Championship cricket in 2014. That'll give us an opportunity to review those competitions, to understand how we can do them better, but certainly the expectation at this point is that the I Cup will recommence again in 2015.
Here comes Isatella again, and this time Joyce is away with a little tickle to fine leg. 4 runs, just straying onto leg stump there, and Joyce doing what Sterling was trying to do last ball of that previous over, but getting far more bat on it, and that's run away to get the Ireland number 3 off the mark, and to keep that scoreboard ticking. This is something Afghanistan will have to keep an eye on. We're only in the 4th over, 20 for 1 already. Ireland do like to take a positive approach, but of course when wickets fall, that's the important thing in the first class game. Joyce quietly plays that one back down the wicket. So there's going to be no I Cup. I asked Eddie Fitzgibbon this yesterday, and his view on that was, although nothing's confirmed, there'll be no I Cup next year, no I Cup games next year, but we may well then see a tournament spread over 3 years, as this one has been, similar sort of qualification procedures going towards the 2019 World Cup. Although you have to make it very clear that nothing's been decided on that yet, but that would be the thinking.
Yeah, that's the thinking or the philosophy that we have at this point. An important factor within all that, as we were talking about at the back end of the Afghanistan innings, is that the qualification process for 2019 to the World Cup, which will include some full members, that hasn't been decided how many it would include, that hasn't been determined yet. Until those decisions at the very top level of qualification have been finalised by the ICC board, it's difficult for us underneath it to then work in our system. So we anticipate that at some point next year, the qualification process at the very top level, which would include the ICC Cricket World Cup qualifier in 2018, so the next event, that will be determined, and then we'll be able to fit in the World Cricket League Championship and the divisional structure of the World Cricket League under that. Obviously, the World Cricket League Championship is linked to the I Cup in this cycle. Whether that's still possible moving forward, we don't know yet. So they're the sort of things that we'll be working on next year.
So I think that answers your question, Will. And Joyce just pushing that one quietly to square leg for a single. So Ian Kilroy, what is the temperature there? Playing conditions. Greetings from Dublin, decked out in Christmas lights. It's beautiful here.
I can tell you it's warmer than Dublin. That's for sure. I would suggest at the moment, out in the sun, it would be high 20s in the shade of our commentary position. Although it's no breeze coming through here, David, so it's maybe similar to that. Early mid 20s, high 20s, perfect conditions for cricket here in the UAE.
So Joyce taking guard. He's out there because Paul Sterling was out at the last ball of Sadran's last over. A strangle, as it's called in cricket. Ireland had one when Mooney struck last night with a diving catch down the leg side, and Afghanistan have now balanced it up, so that's That's worked out. There's Zadran now to Joyce. Joyce into the offside. Wants a single, gets a single. That's good running. Definitely showing a positive approach here, Ireland. You've seen a fair few games here. Just watch Joyce here. He just plays that gently, thinks about it. Yep, go on then. And runs through for the single. You've seen a fair few games here, Tim. What sort of lead do you think Ireland? Well, obviously, they'd want a big lead, but what sort of lead do you think would be just about gettable for Afghanistan? And I think probably 300 would be out of reach, would be my suggestion, but maybe anything under 300, 270, 275 would definitely be attainable in the fourth innings.
I think that the conditions will retain themselves pretty well. I don't think we're going to see a situation where, you know, a fourth or fifth day wicket's going to break up and spin a lot. I think the wicket will probably retain its current condition, which is pretty flat and good to bat on. I think it'll be more the pressure of the occasion that would get to the batters in that circumstance.
So Zadran to Joyce, and that's left alone.
So, you know, even if you got a score of 200 or 250, you know, defending that was not obviously as many as Ireland would want, but they would certainly back themselves in a final, last innings, pressure, all those sorts of things come into it. But I would have thought Ireland would be eyeing 300, 350 here. I think, in saying that, Afghanistan, a talented, exciting group of batters, and they could definitely chase down 300, I would have thought, on this wicket on the last day.
So we're set up for a thrilling, well, I say final couple of days here. I don't see this match going to a fifth day at this stage. We're willing to be proved wrong, but you would think maybe Ireland will bat until the way things are going now, halfway through tomorrow, and that's what they'll probably be looking to bat until tomorrow evening, but they'll look to bat along, and then Afghanistan will start to chase for the victory. Porterfield again positively pushing that firmly through, and that's a fine diving stop there. No, it's just followed him over the ropes. Good effort. Let's look at this again. Firm drive making its way out to the boundary. So he just knocked it back in, but then the ball follows him over. Close, but no cigar.
Really good intent here by Will Porterfield. And again, I think that shot is an example of how good this wicket is. It was on the up, outside off, freed the arms. Not a lot of movement out there at the moment. Good batting conditions.
Porterfield again. That's a glorious drive. No need to run for that. That's through extra cover and straight to the rope. So not that movement there for Zadran there was in the first innings. He's been searching for it, but this was right in the slot, and there goes William Porterfield. Big gap there, inviting gap. They want him to look to drive, maybe a nick off into the slips, but that was right out of the middle of the bat.
I think the length just needs to be a little bit different. Again, yesterday morning with the ball swinging around, ball quite full, looked to get those edges. However, I think now, a bit like with Trent Johnson bowling today, hitting the wicket a little bit more, getting it to nibble around. It's probably more the length that they need to bowl. Change of bowler here. Mirwais Ashraf, who does tend to hit the wicket a bit more as opposed to swinging it. Perhaps proactive captaincy from Mohammad Nabi. Only a couple of overs from Dalit Zai, and Ashraf comes on.
I think he needs to get the leg spin on. The leg spin caused Ireland's problems yesterday. Shah and Zenwari. Another question for you, Tim. If there's no I Cup, presumably next year, because you said you're looking for it in the future, do Ireland and Afghanistan get more matches against full members? Please answer from Fahim.
Well, that's not in my control, although you mentioned before, David, that one of the viewers suggested that Afghanistan's tour to Zimbabwe has been confirmed. I wasn't aware it's been confirmed. That's something that we've certainly been working with Zimbabwe and Afghanistan on. One of the roles of Richard Doan, our high performance manager, is to try and facilitate those types of series. And certainly in the absence of structured ICC cricket, a lot of time and energy over the next 12 months will go into trying to get those types of series to happen. Most of our efforts will be looking at the preparation of the 6 countries that will be playing in Bangladesh in the World 2020, and then the 4 countries that will be playing in the World Cup in 2015. That's where a lot of the energies from ICC will be going over the next 12 months or so.
I just threw a question out to Eddie yesterday with no I Cup next year, and obviously the focus on the 2015 World Cup. How about a tournament, a quadrangle tournament between the 4 teams, the 4 associate teams that actually do qualify for that World Cup? He said he'd have to ask Richard Dunn.
Yeah, and look,
Richard Doan, sorry.
Richard Doan, as our high performance manager, he does work with the members to coordinate those types of activities, whether or not the chief executives and the coaches of the sides together with Richard have contemplated that type of a concept. I don't know. Again, this year is more a collaborative year from an ICC perspective, where there isn't competition per se taking place, and the coaches, high performance managers and the CEOs of the competing countries need to come to agreement and look after their own preparations. So I know that one of the things that we are looking at is a tour to Australia and New Zealand by all of the 4 sides around the September-October period, so the back end of the Northern Hemisphere summer, start of the Australian summer, start of the New Zealand summer, to try and acclimatise to those conditions and give the players some experience in Australia and New Zealand. So that's certainly a part of the plans, although it hasn't been completely nailed down yet.
Ways, who's replaced Isatola, he's perhaps brought on just to try and stem those runs, and that's a pretty good opening over from him. Maybe indeed we're going to see Isatola coming on at that far end, just swap the bowlers around, perhaps striving for a second breakthrough here. Sterling, the man to go. He was out flicking the ball down leg side and caught down the leg side. Good tumbling catch by the keeper. So Ireland making a brisk response. They'll be absolutely delighted to have bowled Afghanistan out for 182. First innings lead of 5. Approaching tea time here.
Yeah, I think as William Porterfield was eating his breakfast this morning, if you had have said that you'd be 30 odd ahead, 1 down just before tea today, I think he probably would have taken that. 10 or so minutes to tea.
10, 11 minutes to tea. Up on his toes, playing back to the bowler, Porterfield. So Afghanistan maintaining an attacking field, although they've now taken one of the slips out to mid-wicket. Porterfield waiting and smashes that square of the wicket. No need to chase after that one. That's 4 more to the Ireland captain. Afghanistan just needing to get a grip here. Delighted to have got rid of Sterling earlier. Short outside the off stump, and that's meat and drink to William Porterfield. Crashed away, square of the wicket.
Just hasn't been able to adjust his line and length. Dalit Zai today bowled very well yesterday morning, but it's been onto the pads a little bit short and wide outside off. That's the
Through
line.
to the keeper that time.
That's a better line. Needs to keep it there. Porterfield in an aggressive mood, as he can be at times, particularly when he's in good form, hitting the ball well, which he has been for the last few months. Very dangerous player. Need to keep those lines and lengths tight. It's a very different game to the one we saw yesterday, where lots of slips, chances, lots of balls going past the bat. Looks a lot more comfortable out there at the moment.
Ireland team very disappointed with that total of 187 yesterday. Porterfield's gone again, that's short, and he's picked that up way too deep backward square, and it's cleared deep backward square, so 6 runs there to William Porterfield. He's definitely in a positive mood out there. Dropping short is Atullah, and it's been swung away out into the wild. Let's have a look at that again. As you say, trying to bounce, bending his back, and Porterfield onto it in a flash and hooking that away. There is a man down there, but he's a lot finer than where that ended up. So 6 runs to the Ireland captain. He's eyeing behind him to see long legs still where he thinks he is. This time that ball's right on the mark from Atullah, so no run there. Ireland 42 for 1, and we're only in the 7th over. Lovely afternoon, as Tim Anderson was saying. The sun's shining. It's not too hot though. It's not horribly hot. Here's Atullah again. Going down the leg side. Porterfield just struck on the pad. Sends Joyce back. Joyce interested in a single. That's the end of the over.
Afghanistan with only probably 2 or 3 overs to go before tea. Probably couldn't come in a better time for them, really. They've been belted around. Ireland scoring at 6 and over, just the type of momentum and impetus they would have been after dismissing Afghanistan relatively cheaply earlier in the day. Afghanistan bowling 2 sides of the wicket, and William Porterfield in particular has taken great toll. 29 runs already. Change of bowling, David. Not the leg spin you're after, but Mohammad Nabi with his off spin.
Yeah, skipper bringing himself on. I'd have liked to see one of the leg spinners on at this stage, but maybe the skipper just thinking he's a more consistent bowler. He's not going to give the runs away. Very, very economical yesterday, and he knows from a tactical point of view he needs to stem these runs. 42 for 1 after 7 overs. Can't allow Ireland to continue scoring at that rate. Mind you, he starts with a full toss, and that's just stroked through extra cover. You don't see that very often from Mohammad Nabi, so he's usually right on the money from the word go, but that's meat and drink to Joyce. Just picked his spot, dispatched that to the boundary. Nabi again. That's a better line and length. Got another question for you here from Russell Degnan in a minute. It's one of those questions that a wicket normally falls and you can avoid answering it to. For Tim Anderson, is the ICC concerned about the relative decline of the Americas and African associates in recent tournaments? And you can just have a moment to think about that whilst Nabi bowls again. Joyce playing defensively.
Yeah, that's a pretty perceptive question. Look, at the end of the day, I suppose somebody has to win and somebody has to lose, and they're all members of the ICC. So, at the end of the day, things do tend to go in cycles sometimes.
Little bit of indecision there, but
Almost got the wicket, David.
batsman home comfortably. Thought you were going to get a breathing space again there for a moment, Tim.
But look, I would have thought that certainly off the back of the World 2020 qualifier, but also seeing the replay there, Joyce knocking it towards wide mid-on. I don't think there was really a problem. Will Porterfield, he's fairly quick off the mark. He was fine then. Off the back of the World 2020 qualifier and also the World Cricket League Championship and the I Cup, completing both competitions this year, both Cricket Kenya and Cricket Canada would be disappointed at how their teams did fare in all of those competitions.
An easy one for Porterfield there. Not off the middle of the bat, but he was just looking for that vacant area at mid-wicket. I think the surprise, certainly in the World T20s, was Canada's performance. They went there in the easier of the two groups, and lost to the USA early on, and really didn't. The closest to beating Ireland, they were only 2 runs, I think, they lost to Ireland by, and they look to have a good side, and they've got a couple of excellent prospects there with the fast bowling, and you think, why did they finish so badly? And of course, captain Ashish Bagai, he was back in the side, and it just didn't work out for them there. I've got a little hunch, that they may well come through in New Zealand after Christmas and qualify for the 50-over World Cup. We'll see about that. So it's Moraes now starting, and this is definitely a tactic by Afghanistan now, just to stem the flow of runs. These are their two, if you like, go-to economical bowlers that they've got on at the moment. I think that makes sense just before tea, although I don't know, I'd like a little over of Shenwari perhaps, or Shah, just to upset these batsmen in the little bit of time we got left. We'll see about that. We'll come back to Canada in a minute as Moraes again, and that's just played quietly there up to mid-on by Joyce. Canada definitely have got the potential there, but they haven't got the consistency at the moment, have they?
No, and it's right that you talk about the World Cup qualifier. One of the beauties of the event structures that we have in place is that there is a repechage event effectively for 50-over cricket for those top countries. And although Canada didn't perform well as they would have liked in the World Cricket League Championship, they do have another chance. And I agree with you. One of the things that they've traded on, so to speak, Canada in recent years, as actually performing very well in the tournament environment of our qualifiers. Now, that didn't happen in Abu Dhabi for them in the World 2020. But look, they're a confident bunch. They've got some good players. As you say, Ashish Bagai, the captain, is a real talesman for Canadian cricket, and he's back into the fray. And they'll go to New Zealand with their heads held high, looking to try and grab one of those 2 places, and they'll think they can. But you're right, they're confident, good, talented group, but they just didn't go well for them at all in Abu Dhabi during the World 2020 qualifier.
Moraes again, and firmly forward. Porterfield, he's certainly led his team in an attacking response here. 5 runs first innings lead, and now they're going along sweetly in the second innings, 48 for 1. So I think Ireland will be enjoying their tea a little more than Afghanistan in a few minutes' time. Moraes again bowls, and that's cracked between the 2 fielders, square of the wicket by Porterfield. That's 4 more to him, and the Ireland captain galloping along to 34 now, 52 for one. The Ireland 50 up. And if this was a policy to stem the runs, it's not really working. And we've got a tweet on that there from Zabehola, who says, morning or afternoon in UAE. Well, it's afternoon here. Afghanistan opening bowlers Izzat and Zadran are ill-disciplined today. Captain needs a word with them. So maybe he'll have a word with them at tea time. Thanks very much for that tweet. Hashtag ICUP if you want to get in touch. Nabi to continue. Joyce unhappy with the way he got out yesterday, chasing a wide one. Difficult conditions. He knows he shouldn't really have been playing that shot. Loads of experience, arguably the most experienced cricketer here in terms of different levels he's played at and different teams he's played for. Not quite as old as his old mate Trent Johnson, but he's getting up there, mid-30s now. And Joyce. Porterfield taking card to his opposite number. Well aware that T is around the corner. It's tossed up and tempted. He's a good bowler. Mohamed Nabi. Clever bowler. He's got good plans and he knows how to execute them. Played down backward a point. Porterfield having a quick word with Joyce. Maybe they are just pointing out that this, by our calculation, is probably the last over before tea. Nabi now deciding to go round the wicket to the left-hander. Porterfield nearly plays that one into his wicket and then knocks the ball away, makes sure that there was no chance of that dropping on his stumps. Reacting very quickly. And that's down the leg side. And he is caught on the brink of tea. Porterfield sweeping. He's been caught at backward square leg. Got hold of it well, but he's gone. And that is the last ball before tea. And that's going to make the Afghanistan tea taste a lot better, Tim Anderson.
Totally against the run of play. He's hit it beautifully and just picked out the lone fielder at backward square. Wolf Porterfield will be really disappointed. He was batting so well. But the topsy-turvy nature of this match continues. Again, against the flow, Ireland scoring very freely here in this 10-over session before tea, but Afghanistan striking back with that very important wicket to take Ireland to tea at 53 for 2.
Well, we're going to take a break. Ireland 53 for 2. They lead by 58 runs, but William Porterfield, who's in such good nick, out the last ball before tea for 34. We'll be back in 20 minutes. Well, we're back here. Welcome back for the final session here at the ICC Global Cricket Academy. And just as this game seems to be going one way, it goes back the other way. Joyce, nice looking drive there. Ireland just seemed to be gaining the advantage before tea. And back came Afghanistan with that very last ball of the session. William Porterfield just picking out the backward square leg. Joyce allows that ball to pass through from Mowaz. Joyce has a 13, and Niall O'Brien yet to face, but Porterfield picking out Rahmat Shah. Sweep chop. He was the only man that he could have picked out with that shot, and he did, and he was caught, and that just put the balance back a little bit towards Afghanistan. An appeal there as Joyce goes for a flashing shot outside the off stump, but not very convincing, and Tim Robinson having none of it. There's that ball close to Joyce's bat, but comfortably enough through to the keeper. Mowaz again. Bends his back there and got a little bit of a bounce that previous delivery, and that ball zipping through. Quicker. Ireland leading by 58 runs with 8 wickets in hand. We're in for a cracking finish to this game, you would suggest. That's short and just wide of mid-wicket. Joyce has got a boundary there, but my word, that could have been another wicket. Don't think he quite middled that one. Despairing dive, but no chance of getting to it, but there's a boundary. As you can see, he's just short of a length. Joyce looking to be positive, but he's... Ooh. Well, I had a better view than that than the camera, and that was maybe 3 or 4 feet away from the outstretched hand. Safe as it turned out, but not a lot in it. It's going to be Ahmed Nabi to continue. So Ireland bowling along in this second innings of theirs, 57 for 2 off 11 overs, so going at better than 5 runs an over, which is a fair old lick. Nabi from the commentary tent end of the ground. Niall O'Brien looking to work that into the onside, just taken on the pad. Plays that square of the wicket, not interested in a single there. Sazai very quickly out from behind the stumps. .36 overs remaining in the day. I mean, I imagine we will play through to roughly the same time when play finished yesterday, which was 5:15. In theory we can continue to 5:30, but whereas the ICC will allow us to do that, the sun won't. 1 run gets Niall O'Brien off the mark. Keep those tweets coming in. Been good to hear from you all day. Some very good questions for Tim Anderson, who kindly joined us this afternoon. Narby bowls and Joyce just washfully forward. Drive up to mid-off. And there's no run there. So keep those tweets coming in. Most of the recent ones have been from Ireland. Jason Mullins, the former Ireland captain. This was no doubt directed to Tim Anderson as well. Why do most sporting bodies look to increase the number of teams at big tournaments like football and rugby, yet cricket do the opposite? Oh, Tim's gone now, Jason, but good to know that you're following the feed. Ireland captain in the about 10 years ago now. An appeal, not a particularly serious one, from away. Plenty of shouts from behind the stumps. I think you'll find this was probably pitching outside leg and probably missing leg as well. This is on leg again, and O'Brien helps that one down to long leg for his second single. Murway's a long way there outside off stump. At lunch, Afghanistan were 156 for 6. Bowled out for 182. Two wickets finally for Trent Johnson, who'd done everything but taken one in this his final match for Ireland. Another 2 wickets in that session for George Dockrell, making 3 in total. Joyce again, hitting that one in the air, again evading the fielder. And that goes away very quickly down there towards the Ireland dressing room. All in the air as it passed gully. It's 4 runs to Joyce, so Ireland now 63 for 2. If you can hear that sound of racing cars in the background, I was inquiring what it was earlier. I've just been informed it's Dubai Motor City over there, that they've been going hard at it all day. It's nice to follow the genteel sport like cricket without all that constant noise. Except when it comes to appealing, of course. Narby continuing. Gives that one some air and struck firmly by O'Brien, but covers deep enough for the Ireland batsman to pinch a single. Plenty of air there. O'Brien making a bit of space for himself and always going to get home. Joyce plays in the same direction, but the fielder more alert this time. And this time there's no run. Watchfully forward. Joyce back this time. No shot there. Different tweets coming in. One saying if Ireland lose another wicket, might think about a night watchman. I think that's a little bit premature. Still 2 hours to bat here. .64 for 2, so lead 69. The way Ireland bat all the way down, not quite sure who would be the night watchman. Just a little push drive there from Niall O'Brien, brings him a single. More ways again. Joyce watchful. Any gremlins that were in this pitch yesterday certainly not there today, and Afghanistan will be very happy that they were able to get William Porterfield right on the break of tea. He looked in cracking form, the Ireland captain. Joyce going for the drive there, but straight to point. I say he looked in cracking form. He was in cracking form, William Porterfield. Out for 33 off just 30 balls. Joyce content just to allow that one through. He of course has all the experience, been with Middlesex since 1988, 1999. Really make his mark there though until the year 2001. Moved on to Sussex. He's made runs for Ireland. He's made runs for England, spent 4 years. He really only had 18 months or so in the England ranks, but 4 years out of it for Ireland. Came back to play very well in the 2011 World Cup. Happy to just let that through. So loads of experience there with Joyce. He'll know that if Ireland can just bat through here, the longer they occupy the crease, the more it is to their favour. O'Brien beaten there outside the off stump. Quicker ball. Just pulled out of his delivery stride. Turning that round the corner. Shah doing the fielding. O'Brien and Joyce both scoring centuries before in this competition. Playing quietly up to extra cover. Tidy over from the Afghanistan captain. So Ireland fighting back here on day 2 of the Intercontinental Cup Final. Great effort to restrict Afghanistan to 182, to bowl them out for 182. 5 wickets for John Mooney. There's some supporters. There's a little tickle for Joyce down to fine leg and crosses the ropes. And another boundary to the island number 3. Just helping that round the corner there, just turning the wrists on it. And the fielder at long leg was not able to get round. .69 for 2. Sideways on the money again there. Joyce just content to play that defensively back down the wicket. Joyce. Expansive drive outside the off stump. That's how he got out in the first innings. Well, we wanted to see this. Long way outside off stump. The sun that had disappeared behind some fluffy clouds is now with us again. Joyce has got a thickish edge there. That's past Scully and away down to the third man boundary where his teammates are. Again looking for the drive, but just a little bit checking the shot there, and that down to the Ireland dressing room for another boundary for Edmund Joyce. 73 for 2. Joyce onto 28 to make that 32. Short delivery. He's not happy with himself there. Kicks the turf, and Joyce just dispatches that to the cover boundary. 2 boundaries to finish that over. Indeed, 3 in the over. 77 for 2, and this is a far more convincing shot from Joyce, just up on his toes. Don't bowl there. To me, shot. Dismissed it to the boundary. Nobby. O'Brien defensively forward. O'Brien just showing the maker's name to the bowler. Quick single. Joy's happy to play that one from the crease. Big shout there, and Narby looking accusingly at the umpire. Why wasn't that out, he says. Let's have a look. Well, I think that's a very good shout. Might have to have a look at that one again. I don't know whether we can slow that one down, but is there any inside edge on that? Looked a very good shout. Let's see. Where does that... It's where it strikes him just a little inside edge, I think, on that. Must have saved him. There was it was certainly going on, and to strike the stumps. Mulway's now decided he's going to bowl around the wicket to the left-hander. And batsman couldn't quite decide on a single there. Oh dear, fielding with his foot. Jonty Rhodes wouldn't like that. See, that's the problem. You can save a run and put yourself out of action for a week or more, a month, 2 months. Jonty, I hope you're not watching. Oh, look at that! Could have gone over. Could have gone over on his ankle, couldn't he? Jonty Rhodes, during the T20 tournament, he was helping the Namibian national side. Only one thing, he said, a great fielder in his day, of course. Jonty Rhodes probably still is now. But only one thing you don't do, and that's use your feet. Drive there from O'Brien, but doesn't get that thickish inner half of the bat. Jonty Rhodes is see O'Brien there looking for a drive through the offside, and the bat actually turning in his hand there. And a chance there, or not a chance. Did it carry? The keeper says across. O'Brien getting a touch. Let's see whether this carries or not. Wide, shouldn't really have been going for it. No, he's hit it into the ground. Apologies for getting excited there. That's a nicely timed shot through the offside. Chase out there, and a couple of runs. The end of another tidy enough over from Mulway's. Ireland 80 for 2, just looking to build this lead. 5-run lead on first innings. You wouldn't have expected that last night. You wouldn't have expected it at lunchtime. Look at that Ireland card. Both those wickets had a touch of good fortune about them for Afghanistan. Sterling taking down the leg side, and Porterfield sweeping and picking out the only fielder he could. And not as though he swept it a long way in the air to the boundary. He swept it low and flat and straight to the man at backward square leg, or on the 45. Forward defensively comes Joyce watchfully. Nabi again. Joyce able to just stay in his crease. A bit of a they shall not pass shot though. Ball delivered from quite in his delivery stride that time, just breaking up the routine a bit. Mohamed Nabi, very clever bowler. O'Brien on strike now. Struck up to deepish mid-off, no question of a run there. It's the end of another Nabi over. I wonder how long it'll be before he turns to his leg spinning options. Raymond Shah and Sami Shinwari. Ireland had problems with the leg spinners in the first innings. The wicket does look much easier, of course, today. And now we are seeing a change of bowling, but it's going to be pace again with Izzatullah back in the attack. Looks to me as though Shinwari is loosening up there. Not for now though, it's Izzatullah from the far end. I think we could call that the Motor City end now. A few of you have been asking about that on tweets. That noise you can hear in the background. Is there a rally going on? Somebody suggested. No, I think it's just maybe it's a practice day at the Dubai Motor City, or the Autodrome in the background. Been going at it hard all day. Practice, testing, who knows, could be a corporate day out. And there you go, look. Welcome to Motor City. We are, of course, in Sports City here. Global Cricket Academy. Joyce back across his stumps. It's a very noisy sport, isn't it, motorsport? Shinwari going through all sorts of warming up exercises. Lovely flowing stroke there from Ed Joyce, who's only really looked in trouble when he's gone chasing that ball outside the off stump. Anything on his stumps, he's looked pretty comfortable. And for all the just as we were saying, Joyce, the only time he's in a bit of trouble is when he's gone chasing that wide one. Close LBW decision. A couple of overs back, he might just have got a little inside edge, but there, well, he's chasing those. It's for a man of Ed Joyce's experience, he doesn't really need to be doing that. Game has very much changed around from the first hour of the morning. Outside the off stump, through to the keeper, and another over goes by. So plenty of action again here on day 2. Ireland going into the day very much behind in the game, but battling their way back. Just about even, maybe Ireland got their noses in front at this stage, but another wicket now and it'd be right back on even keel. Afghanistan bat a long way down. They'll be looking to chase a big score if they have to. And after all those extensive warming up exercises, it is going to be Sami Shinwari coming on. Bowley's leg spin. Don't think we'll get through the overs today. I think we'll be finishing around 5:15 as we did yesterday. Shinwari immediately finds a good length. No run there, but O'Brien have a good look at the leg spinner. I'm not quite sure there. I always think the leg spinner very good option against cricketers who play a lot of their cricket in the English game. Shortage of leg spinners and don't get the practice they do against the off spin. And obviously the seam. One quickly taken single up to mid-on. Joyce now down to have a look at Shinwari for the first time. And beaten outside the off stump. .82 for 2. Tossed up. Tempter. Drags that down, and Joyce not going to miss out on that. A lot of bottom hand on that. Over the rope and away for 4 runs. So not a great margin for error, of course, on this pitch. He just dragged that down, and Joyce, his eyes lit up, and thank you very much, rocked onto the back foot. Plenty of spaces. Well, certainly there were plenty of spaces on the offside. That part of the field now being reinforced. Cover coming in. And he was at cover, going a little squarer. Shinwari again down the leg side. Joyce disappointed with himself though. He thought he might have just tickled that one away towards fine lag. 86 for 2. The Ireland lead then 91. The 2 men out. The openers, Paul Sterling, caught down the leg side. Off the bowling of Sadran and William Porterfield. Falling to his opposite number. A rare delivery. This we're going to see the Paul Sterling dismissal. It's always unlucky when you get out that way, but to be fair, Afghanistan lost an opener in similar fashion. It's outside off stump from Izzatullah. No run are there. And this is how Porterfield went. Last ball before tea, thank you very much. And look, one fielder Picks him out. Thank you very much. 2 wickets down. Porterfield looking in awesome touch. 34 runs off just 30 deliveries. There's a tuller to O'Brien, who's just happy to proceed in singles at the moment. Eases that one out to deep square leg. And puts fellow left-hander Joyce on strike. Earlier in the day, 3 wickets in the morning session. Certainly the first hour very much belonged to Afghanistan. They saw, they probably imagined would be the difficult part of the day through without too much trouble. But then Mooney for the second day taking a wicket with his very first ball. He ended up with a fifer, John Mooney. 5 for 45. He'll be telling a few people about that for a while. Previously never taken more than 2 wickets in an innings for Ireland in a first-class match. Trent Johnson finally getting the wickets he deserved. 24 overs, 9 maidens, 2 for 50. And George Dockrell, the spinner, wheeling away. A couple of stumpings to his name as the lower order couldn't control themselves. Saw the ball thrown up and enticed down the wicket. That delivery outside off stump from Izzatulla, who's now operating around the wicket. That ball outside off stump rather. Joyce has moved along very serenely to 37. Has played the ball in the air a couple of times, but managed to evade the fielders. Happy to let that one go through, but not too far from off stump by the reactions of the fielders. Let's have a look. Good judgment. It's coming back in. Good judgment by Joyce. A bit unsure there. Mostly beaten by that. It's got a thinnish inside edge on it, away for one more. I wasn't quite sure this, was he? And I think he might have just flicked off the pad and then onto the bat. Let's have a look and perhaps throw this forward an hour, see where we'll be at the close of play. With maybe an hour and a half's play left here today. So that's the card to date. Joyce on 38, O'Brien just going along in singles. Happy to pay second fiddle to Joyce at this stage. So with officially 23 overs left in the day, not sure we're going to squeeze those in with the light. We could certainly squeeze them in if it were a question of playing to 5:30, but that's unlikely to happen. Shinwari to continue. So let's say we get 20 overs in, which I think is realistic in an hour and a half. Ireland continue to score at maybe 3.5 per over. There's a brief hold up there. Not quite sure what the umpires are worrying about. It's all settling down again. That's dragged down there, and Joyce will feel he's perhaps missed out there. That's a half tracker there from Shinwari. That's a better length, and Joyce just back watchfully. The previous delivery really dragged down. So 20 overs if Ireland continue to go long at 3.5 and over. That'll take them to around, what do we say, 150, 155. Maybe they'll slow down towards the end. Let's say 150, so 150 runs ahead at the end of the second day. I'd say Afghanistan need at least 2 wickets in this final hour and a bit to keep themselves in the game. If these 2 very experienced batsmen can see it through, then you would think Ireland are in the pound seats. Joyce making room for himself, found the gap through the offside, beautifully timed that shot, and that's away to the cover boundary. Let's have a look at that again. Not particularly short, but he's just spotted it, waited, and found the gap. Joyce going along sweetly there. That's his 9th boundary, taking him into the 40s. Dragged down again, and this time I say he doesn't miss out. He's found the boundary at a long leg, and 2 boundaries to end the over there. The first long hop in that over was not dealt with. That one certainly is, and let's have a look at this again. Dragged down, it just sat up and asked to be hit, didn't it? So Shinwari there proving a little expensive. His 2 overs going for 13 runs. There's the card. Joyce on to 46. O'Brien, as we were saying, playing very much a second fiddle in this partnership of 42 runs. O'Brien, it is on strike now though. Is Atullah to continue? And O'Brien just helps that down to long leg for 1 more. Put Joyce on strike. It's been a tiring day out there for the players. Hard graft takes it out of you. The close tussle like this, it's gone one way, it's gone back the other way, ebbed and flowed. Momentum with Afghanistan certainly this morning, first hour, but then Mooney striking, Dockrell taking a wicket. Game still with Afghanistan before and after lunch, but then from 175 for 6, 4 wickets going for the space of 7 runs, those final 4 wickets, and instead of getting a chunky lead, indeed a big lead, some were looking for 170 or 200 this morning, they ended up 5 runs in arrears. Joyce there coming forward. Elegant player, Ed Joyce. One of those batsmen that we enjoy watching. Not of flow to his batting style. Bit of an ugly crouch stance, but very elegant in his shots. That's short, and he's helped that away. Couple of bounces down to long leg for a single. Look, for a minute it might have been in the air. Never looks that comfortable against the shorter stuff, but seems to play it okay. O'Brien back on strike. In terms of the cricket they've played, I imagine these are the two most experienced on either side at the crease now. O'Brien's again helped that around the corner. And again, it's controlled, just the single. Niall O'Brien been on the English county scene for a long time. Very spiky character in his earlier days. He's mellowed a lot. Sees himself as a role model for the Leicestershire players these days. Here's a Tuller. To Joyce. Pitch has gone very flat. Interesting to see what Narby does here after that last expensive over from Sami Shinwari. He's sticking with him. I think this is the right move. Ireland are 99 for 2. That means they're 104 ahead. Umpires just getting their walkie-talkies sorted out. So trying to get this field sorted out, but hard to set a field when you bowl a couple of long hops and over. You want to cut that out. Very dangerous bowler when he gets his line and length right. See how we go now. That's better, but a little bit too leg side, and O'Brien just helping it round the corner. Plenty of tweets coming in during the day. One more run comfortably there to O'Brien. Indeed, that brings the 100 up for Ireland, so 100 in the 26th over. Reasonable rate of scoring, but they have slowed down. That's tickled around the corner by Joyce. He's got that past the short fine leg. It's not going to go the whole way. In fact, the batsmen have decided that's just a couple and jogged the second. So Joyce moving on to 49. Hopefully that score's right. We had John Anderson reaching his 50 twice yesterday afternoon, which I know a lot of you enjoyed out there in Twitterland. Shinwari bowls, and this is a much better over. He's on the mark. Drops down short, and there's Joyce's 50. Cuts that away, backward a point. Ed Joyce going to his 50. Delightful cut, backward a point. And that's his 11th boundary. Joyce, 11 boundaries, faced 80 balls. He really has been timing the ball quite beautifully out there. He's got that away fine as well. That's going to race away as well. That's 4 more. And again, Shinwari finishing his over by conceding 2 boundaries, and I think that the skipper's going to have a word and say, well, thanks, Sammy. Maybe take a blow for a couple of overs. Joyce getting congratulations on his 50 there. Let's see what those of you in Twitterland are making of this. Firemal saying we are all friends watching it in Herat, Afghanistan. It's hard to believe that these teams... I can't quite make the end of that. Now let's have a look at Joyce's 50 while I try and work out that tweet. Some delightful shots, a lot of them backward a point though off the leg spinner, as you can see. Punishing the bad deliveries. And there again, that brought him to his 50. Joyce, second man in the match to reach 50. $110 for 2. Skipper brought himself on now at the far end. Shumeli says I'm sitting in my office in Stockholm and waiting for some wickets. Pitch is flat, Shumeli. That's going to be hard work for Afghanistan for the final hour this evening and into tomorrow morning. They need wickets. They'll be very much behind in this game if they don't break this partnership before stumps. Couple of wickets required tonight, ideally 3, but don't want to be greedy. First of all, just break this stand. But the pitch is very flat. Cricket Ireland on a tweet summing it up. Solid stuff from Joyce and Niall O'Brien. That's what it is at the moment, pretty solid. Most of it, the runs coming from Ed Joyce. With Niall O'Brien happy just to push the singles. Let Joyce have strike. Flowing drive. A lot of you Afghanistan fans out there asking if we can have a bit more Afghanistan representation on commentary. Well, we had the manager Shafiq up here this morning, and if I have a word with him overnight, maybe we might get him up tomorrow morning as well to say a few words to the faithful. He was very confident when he was up here this morning. He had reason to be, but just slipped away a bit from Afghanistan since. But these two teams are so well matched that you can just see the ebb and flow, the balance, the momentum coming back with a couple of wickets. O'Brien takes a single there. That's drinks then, and we'll take a break for a couple of minutes. So here we are into the final hour here at the ICC Global Academy. Afghanistan will no doubt have had a chat during that drinks break and worked out how they're going to break this second wicket partnership. It's reaching annoying, irritating, worrying even levels of 59 runs added for the third wicket. The pitch is flat though, so just got to keep working away, and it's Zadran back on. Daulat Zadran, the most successful bowler for Afghanistan in their first innings, taking 4 wickets. He'll need to produce something here, need to break this stand to Afghanistan if they're to get the momentum of this match moving back their way. Keep those tweets coming in. Hashtag iCup. My old mate Willie Dwyer's been in touch from Dublin. He says he's watching coverage while driving in Dublin, which makes the day more exciting. Probably not the most dangerous thing Willie's ever done in a car, but not advised, and don't try it at home. But he has a question as well, does Willie? He says, if Ireland set a total that is not chased down, but they don't bowl Afghanistan out either, well, over 5 days, I think we probably will get a result. Will the fact that Ireland won the first innings count for the victory? The answer to that is no. The match will be drawn, and Ireland will take the Intercontinental Cup because they finished top of the table. That's short, and Joyce has pulled that away through the mid-wicket boundary, down towards our commentary position. Umpire there, Prasad, signalling the 4. That's Joyce just getting on top of that. He knew it was a safe shot. There were no fielders in that vicinity. And 4 more to the Ireland number 3. Zadran again. Joyce back across his stumps. That's the end of Zadran's over. So that's the answer to that. For any of you've been wondering what happens if this match is drawn. It's not decided on first innings. In the qualifying matches, of course, first innings lead does count for 6 points. 14 points for the win, 6 for the first innings lead in qualifying games. But in this final, it's all or nothing. Afghanistan have to win to take the title. Ireland can draw. 5 days, 96 overs a day, longer than a test match. Don't think that's going to happen. Nabi to continue. O'Brien rocking forward defensively. Quicker delivery, but O'Brien having plenty of time to play that off the pitch. And skipper there not quite sure what he was doing. Pulls out of the delivery stride. That's driven into Mohammad Shahzad at Oh, no, he's showing well. Oh, he's giving it a rub as well. Struck him just on the inside of the thigh there. Through to the keeper again. No run. Shazad, who's given his sunglasses to slip, obviously doesn't want to damage them. A little bit of chat going on there, and Niall O'Brien suggesting that maybe he shouldn't be talking once the bowler's turned and started to come in. Niall O'Brien complaining about a chirpy wicketkeeper is something that'll bring a chuckle to one or two of his opponents over the years, not least Brian Lara, whom I seem to recall he upset in his younger days. And Mohammed Shazad in quickly there. Joyce though very firmly in his crease, and that's the end of the over. Ireland manager Roy Torrance there, chatting to a woman in the red. He's got some of the Ireland support staff there with him. Great character, Roy. Going to be Zadran to continue. Be pleased with the way things are going today, Roy. Ireland started the game in second place. They're very much ahead at the moment. That's a lovely flowing drive from O'Brien. And an attempted stop there at mid-off, and that's a boundary to Niall O'Brien. If the Afghanistan fielders were trying to wind him up with a bit of banter, a bit of chat, not always the wisest thing to do. That ball there, well outside off stump. There's an attempted stop, attempted dive, but that was never going to be successful. O'Brien's first boundary. Showing the maker's name again there. He's very much in they shall not pass mood tonight, Niall O'Brien. A couple of stumpings to his name today. Back behind the stumps, for this game at least. Great competition for the wicket-keeping spot in this Ireland side. Gary Wilson, the current incumbent, but poor old Gary laid low by a bug on the eve of this final. Niall O'Brien able to step in. Very competent keeper. Would have been picked for his batting. And another stop with the feet there in the outfield. He would have played for his batting, Niall O'Brien, but able to deputise. Let's have a look there. Oh, don't do that. Shouldn't stop the ball with your feet. Damage your feet. Delicate parts of the anatomy, feet. Tread on the ball. Look what happened to Glenn McGrath in that famous 2005 Ashes series. Trod on the ball, missed 2 test matches. England won the series. Not a good idea. Sadran again. No run. That's the end of the over. Ireland then nudging this lead ahead. 123 for 2. Joyce the top scorer in the game now with 61. O'Brien just starting to find his range, 21 to him. And these two very experienced batsmen will be looking to grind Ireland into a big lead, a very strong overnight position on day 2 of this potentially 5-day match. I still think it'll finish on the 4th day. We shall see. Keep those tweets coming in. Hashtag iCup. I hope Willie Dwyer hasn't got back and told us what is the most dangerous thing he's ever done in a car. A little bit more air there from Mohamed Nabi. Robert Forrest has sent us his setup. Oh, slight misfield there. Batsman able to get through for a single. He's studying for exams. He's got his coursework on one computer and cricket on the other. And he's got cricket on the bigger computer. Very sensible there, Robert. Thank you for sending us that. Lots of you watching this all around the world. We've had a good few additions to our collection of countries today. Belgium and Sweden, I seem to remember from earlier. O'Brien striking that one. Sweetly enough to cover, brings the end of another pretty rapid over from the Afghanistan captain. We have 15 overs remaining in the day if we could get them all in. Maybe just possible if Nabi continues, and maybe we see a leg spinner. No sign of Rahmat Shah so far in this second innings. Ireland with batting to come. They'll be pleased with this platform that's being built. 15 overs remaining in the day. We were talking about a 150 run lead at stumps. It's could well be closer to 170, 175. It's going to be hard work for Afghanistan to winkle out these remaining Ireland batsmen. Well, indeed, most of the Ireland batting remains. Only Porterfield and Sterling back in the hutch at the moment. Joyce playing inside the line there. And as ever, when the ball passes the bat, hands in the air. Mohammed Shahzad at second slip. Oh, he's doing a little dance for us now. Hands on head. We can't keep him out of the action for long. round the wicket, through to the keeper. Ed Joyce, who missed the T20 qualifiers, stayed at home for the birth of his second child, second son. Turns that one into the onside, so he hasn't played a lot of cricket since September. Seems to be in good touch here this evening. Sadran again. That's hooked, it's in the air, but it's not in the air for very long. Didn't get hold of that, O'Brien, but safe enough. Just the one run. Just going for that. Didn't get on top of it, but didn't really time it either. Joyce turns that one fine. One more to him. That is the end of Zadran's over. A couple more tweets coming in here. Michael Keane, he's obviously supporting Ireland. He says, watching the I Cup and doing Christmas cards using green ink, of course. You should be careful with that green ink, Michael. It's, the mad letters to editors in newspapers are always written in green ink. I'm sure they're not written by your good self. Anirud asks, if Ireland win this game, are they eligible to compete in international test cricket? I'm afraid not. Only the 10 full members of the ICC are allowed to do that, and indeed do that. But as we were discussing this afternoon with Tim Anderson, the quality in both this Ireland side and the Afghanistan side would suggest that in the not too distant future they may well be sitting down at the top table, joining those 10 full members. But it's not a meritocracy. That's ball quietly walked into the offside by Joyce, who's just accumulating these runs. He knows that if he and Niall O'Brien come back through to the close, Ireland will be in a very, very strong position in this game. And, well, that ball there has just come back in and got the inside edge. Needs a replay to see what happened here. O'Brien's gone back to play it. Ooh, and that's bounced off the keeper's gloves there, and I think we're going to have to put that down as a chance. And they need to be holding on to those to Afghanistan. Joyce playing that to cover, setting off a very quick single, which he completes comfortably enough. Very straightforward single there. In the end, looked a bit risky when he set off for it. Eased around the corner. No run there. Shah just giving the ball a good polish. O'Brien's got that one just fine of the short fine leg. Not fine enough to beat him, but fine enough for the batsman to jog through for a single. Shah proved quite a threat yesterday with the ball. Well, he's dragged that short, and Joyce will feel he's missed out because maybe it just bounced a little bit more than he thought it was going to do. So that's the end of another fairly rapid over. The first of the innings from Rahmat Shah. Could have taken a wicket, I think. That was Niall O'Brien. Little top edge, never easy to take for the keeper. 132 for 2 then. This is the time of day when the shadows start to lengthen across the pitch here at the ICC Global Academy. Oh, fine figure of a man there. The Ireland team manager Roy Torrens with Tim Anderson, who you were talking to earlier. That's short, and Joyce has played that to one to backward square leg, who's only really 2/3 of the way back, and the throw hits the stumps, but O'Brien comfortably home. Ireland not missing any opportunities to take these singles, running very well between the wickets. 13 overs left in the day, so we might just actually maybe, hard to see, with probably only about 40 minutes of daylight left. It's going to be hard to get 13 overs in. Zadran there, putting a bit of effort in from round the wicket, but again very comfortably met by Niall O'Brien. The story of the day really, I suppose, is one of ebbs and flows. Afghanistan consolidating in the first hour, Ireland fighting back. Afghanistan again threatening a first innings lead, getting to 175 for 6, trailing by just 12 runs, and then the last 4 wickets going down very quickly. That ball's a bouncer, and O'Brien ducking underneath it. 2 men out before the miscued hook shot. And O'Brien up on his toes, plays that one wide mid-off, calls for the single straight away. Afghanistan just have to mind their work here, keep plugging away. Round the wicket, another bouncer, but again the batsman not interested. And Joyce on that occasion. So another over ticks by on what has certainly been Ireland's day here. A day that John Mooney will remember for a long time as well. 5 wickets for him, his first 5-wicket haul for Ireland, helping to restrict Afghanistan to 182. Ireland led by 5, and now they've built on that. 134 for 2. Joyce 68. But a very fine innings from Ed Joyce. Hit a couple in the air early on. One just wide of mid-wicket, one just wide of gully. Either of those have gone to hand. He wouldn't have been still out there now. But since then he's played very serenely. Shah to bowl his second over. Umpire Prasad now swapping sides. He's going from square leg to point, so he can just make sure Afghanistan don't have 3 players behind square on the onside. Not going to matter if Niall O'Brien hits them out there, though. It's a very sweetly struck delivery, signalled by Tim Robinson. Just a little bit shot, and this pitch is so easy now that O'Brien could get back and just hammer that through the gap. Dive there from Mohammed Shahzad has actually earned him a call up into the slips. O'Brien just takes a single. Yes, Shahzad dived over, well, didn't dive over the top of it, made an effort to stop it. But now his skipper has decided he'll fill extra cover. Slightly over pitched that time, but got away with it. Shah tosses that right up. Joyce not interested. Patted back to the bowler. Drops short. Joyce looking for that favourite shot of his behind square on the offside, but on this occasion can't beat the fielder. So look, they just waits there looking. He's not able to beat backward point. He'll be disappointed. That's been a very profitable area for him in this innings. Ireland number 3 has got 68. O'Brien, who started very slowly or very circumspectly as just pushing singles, has now opened up. He's moved on to 30. Only struck the two boundaries. And of course, this is an academy here, and academy means teaching young players of all ages, and there's some of the much younger players just going through a bit of exercise there, warming up before they start their net practice. A couple of lads at the back there look as though they could do with a bit more running and a few fewer trips to the fast food outlets, perhaps. $139.42. Mind you, some people say glass houses, DT. Zadran's straining for this breakthrough. Would really lift his team at this stage and his supporters if he could just break this third wicket partnership. Very experienced pair there for Ireland. O'Brien just working a comfortable single there. Plenty of space. Full marks for effort from Dolat. Zadran, full marks for effort. He's banging away there. Certainly full marks for effort early in the day from Trent Johnson as well. Finally got the wicket he was looking for, and then got the Afghanistan captain as well. 2 wickets for him. Zadran changing his angle of attack outside. Off stump there. Needs to be a bit more accurate than that. You look at these 2 batting, Ed Joyce and Niall O'Brien, with Ireland on 140 for 2, and you wonder how these 2 very good teams were both bowled out for less than 200. Joyce just playing inside the line there. The end of another Zadran over. Not quite sure how long he'll keep plugging away. Ireland 145 ahead. The Afghan camp, they'll have some thinking to do tonight. Started the day with high hopes. This is a very, very experienced Ireland team, and they always fight back. Don't always win, but they'll never go down without a battle. Short leg now in place for O'Brien as Shah continues. Umpire Prasad remaining on the offside. A lot easier to see that side without the sun setting in your eye line. O'Brien just trying to work the ball behind square, but twice now picks out the man at 45. And this time picks the man out at mid-wicket, so I'm sure you will find a gap there before too long. And more gaps on the offside, making space for himself, playing that one out towards the boundary. A chase out there and a very good knockback indeed. Excellent piece of fielding. If we get to see that again. So let's have a look at that chase. And that in the final hour of the day. Look at that. That's what you call commitment. That really is a fine effort. Just to save one run, fielding like that just marks the better teams out. They don't want to concede a run anywhere. Joyce back across his stumps. Not only the fielder chasing, but the backup as well. All the support there. He's bowled a very long spell, Zadran, but he was still able to chase out there and give support. So fine effort from him. It's the end of the over. There's the car. Joyce has become a little bit becalmed in the 60s. 69 to him. 34 to O'Brien. Spin at both ends now. Indeed, leg spin at both ends. Joyce rather caught out there. Ireland then 149 ahead. Afghanistan desperate to break this partnership tonight. Just 8 overs remaining after this one. And if they keep rattling through the overs at this rate, we may well see all the overs bowled today. Didn't get them all in yesterday, but they will have to bowl them quickly. Flowing drive up to mid-off. No run. Two batsmen having a chat there. They'll be happy enough with the situation. This partnership of theirs is worth 91 runs. The sun, as you can see, starting to set over there in the distance. We'll get about another 20 minutes play. Not quite sure we'll get all the 8 overs. That ball's beaten everything, including leg slip, and has raced away for leg byes. 4 leg byes. Young Raymond Shah there. Great talent we saw him batting at the start of the day. Very useful leg spin bowler as well. Very quick call from O'Brien. No. Comfortable single, just pushed out there on the offside. Joyce on strike to Shah. Goes back and just so much time to play that Ed Joyce. He's picked up 2 more runs. Paul just going very gently off this pitch here. And indeed, that's the Ireland 50 applause you can hear, 150 you can hear. Just played square of the wicket. Shah again, Joyce defensively forward. He's a bit quicker, that delivery, a bit more shoulder into it. So these two now have added 98 runs. And it's a partnership that's threatening to take this game away from Afghanistan. So after that 1 over, from Nouri, we're seeing the skipper back into the attack. Lovely shot that, isn't it? How artistic. Narby, who thought he had a very good LBW shout against Joyce early on. On replay, we thought there might have just been a little inside edge, otherwise it did look a very decent shout. Ball's there, pushing that one through. So the countdown to the end of the day. Forward watchfully comes O'Brien. Probably could have had 1 run there if they'd have both gone, but we're getting to that time of the day. That time of day where everyone's just thinking about tomorrow, or evening's entertainment, what they're going to eat. maybe. Nabi again. That's the end of a very quick maiden over from the Afghanistan captain. Just the 2 wickets to fall so far in this innings, and haven't seen one since tea. Afghanistan, William Porterfield going the last ball before tea, sweeping it firmly to Shah off the bowling of Nabi. He'll be furious to have got out that way. He was going on like a train. And now we have got a night watchman. I know somebody, or some of you on the tweets were calling for one a long time ago, but there's George Dockrell, padded up, practicing his defensive shots. And he'll be making his way out should this 3rd wicket partnership be broken. Ed Joyce. So much time to play that off the pitch. Pushing that back to the bowler. And there it is. That's the 100 partnership. So a little ripple of applause just to acknowledge that fact. Niall O'Brien very much the junior partner early on, but he's kicked on to reach 36 now. So Ed Joyce into the 70s. Tidy opening over there from Nora's Mangle. Lots of spin bowling options, of course. They use plenty of spinners in T20 and 50 over cricket. There's a happy man, hasn't taken a wicket today, or yesterday indeed. Max Sorensen, but he'll be much happier with his team's position. Not really a fast bowler's wicket, this one. Trent Johnson strained every sinew to take his 2 wickets. But, next delivery just pushed out into the offside. You've almost got a feeling of both sides playing for the morning at the moment. Dragged down short and smacked into the offside. Doesn't quite beat the fielder there at extra cover. He gets a hand on it. And 1 run to O'Brien. So this session very much belonging to Ireland. Driven sweetly out to deep cover by Joyce. At tea, Ireland were 54 for 2. So they've scored 100 runs without loss in this session. In fact, they scored 102 runs without loss in this session. Conflicting sources for scores at the moment, but definitely have got the 100 partnership. Wonderful appeal there from Mohammed Shahzad. Don't know whether we've got that on a replay, but he's a great character. You can't keep him out of the game for very long. Here we go, look. Appeal there now. Oh, we're back live. Did we get that Shahzad appeal? Perhaps not. There he goes, look. Wonderful character. Well, he's normally an opening batsman and wicket keeper in one-day games, but there's Shahzad. He's still got trying to raise the spirits late in the day here for Afghanistan. This final session has very much belonged to Ireland. Our ticker's showing 154, the board's showing 155 at the moment, so we'll get that sorted out for you in a minute. And well bowled from Noah's Mangle. Just a bit of turn there. That won't disappoint George Doctor if he sees that. That ball played quietly into the offside. Joyce showing very good judgment there. Grinning away with the slip and the keeper. I think that was a little bit closer to his off stump than he wanted. He knew it wasn't going to spin back the other way though. Grins all round out there. Tough cricket but being played in the right atmosphere. That's thrown up. Joyce has driven it to wider mid-off. Takes a single. 3 overs remaining in the day after this one. Might just get those in. We should do actually. We finished yesterday about 12 minutes past. Slow bowlers on. That's no run as O'Brien plays defensively. O'Brien turning that into the onside, shy at the stumps and well backed up. Just needs something at this stage, Afghanistan, something just to break this very comfortable third wicket partnership. The umpires not going for the light meters yet. I don't think they will unless one of the quicker bowlers comes on. Light started to fade quite quickly at around this time yesterday, but we're only just up to 5 o'clock, only 3 overs remaining, so we ought to get all 96 in today. Afghanistan skipper making a couple of adjustments to the field and a little bit of a false shot there from O'Brien. Wasn't quite sure where that ball was. He does this with his bowling, Nabi. He'll bowl 2 or 3 off spinners and then slide one on with the arm for the LBW. Very clever bowler. Saw him doing a lot of that down in Namibia when Afghanistan went down there and won 2 I-Cup matches in August. Clever bowling. I think the Afghanistan is enjoyed their trip down to Namibia, first time they've been down there. Very enjoyable part of the world. Merrick Pringle was down there helping the Namibians, and I'm sure he's still trying to digest that steak he had in Joe's alehouse on the last night. It was probably the biggest piece of meat I've ever seen. Certainly for a single serving. O'Brien forward defensively. Ireland players will be kicking themselves if they lose a wicket at this stage. Lost one just before tea though. Afghanistan will be hoping for something like that. Pushed firmly back to the bowler. Just 2 overs in the day remaining after this. Push shy at the stumps, but shy misses and the batsman's comfortably home. That's the end of Nabi's over. Umpires just looking at each other saying, well, what are we going to do? Are we going to let him stay out here? It's only slow bowlers, no real danger. Batsman having a chat. Come on, 1 over, 2 overs, and we'll have done a great job. Just looking for a lift. Afghanistan, where's it going to come from? Noraz Mangal to continue. He's quickish off breaks. Ireland will be very happy with their day's work. Slowed right down in the last half an hour or so, but that's understandable. These two, they know they want to see this through to the close. Getting encouraged by their teammates down below us. Mangle again. Joy's happy to wave that past. He's getting just a little bit out of this pitch, Mangle. Full toss. Joyce doesn't make the most of it though. That could have been something off the last ball of the day from that far end. Joyce going back, flashing, playing a missing. Let's watch this again. It was there for the shot, but didn't make contact. Even though he's on 74, Ed Joyce can still play and miss. Right, this is the last over of the day then, coming up. Don't know whether we'll get a chance to look at the 2 Ireland wickets during this over. Definitely show those before we go. It's been Ireland's day. But again, there's still something in that pitch, and just need to mind their work for these last 5 balls. These two batted very well. They don't want to give it away now. Afghanistan's straining for a breakthrough. O'Brien, no trouble with that ball. The life has certainly got out of the pitch, no doubt about that. Again tickled around the corner, and again now he's turned it to the umpire as if to say, oh, he only got a little bit of bat on that, didn't he? But it was enough. Enough bat on it. Getting very, very dark here at the moment. O'Brien content just to push that into the offside. Just drifting towards leg stump there. What's he got in store for us? The last ball of the day. Mohamed Nabi took a wicket with the last ball of the afternoon session. Would love one here. Just lift his team going off the field. Couple of field changes. You know, if this was Shane Warne and Ian Healy, they'd go down and have a chat and just slow things down. Last ball of the day. In fact, last ball of the day is cracked into the covers by O'Brien, and that gentleman is stumps at the end of day 2 of this Intercontinental Cup Final. It's been Ireland's day. They've lost 2 wickets in this innings. The first one, Paul Sterling, strangled down the leg side, absolute delight, and then the last ball before tea, William Porterfield picking out Shah. And delight there for Afghanistan. There's been no delight for them in this final session, though, with Joyce and O'Brien batting through the session. 105 so far, those 2 very experienced batsmen have added. Joyce is on 74, O'Brien on 40. They're very pleased with their evening's work. And Ireland lead by 164 runs. Earlier in the day they bowled Afghanistan out for 182. The last 4 wickets falling for 7 runs. There's the Ireland card then. 74 to Joyce, 40 to O'Brien. They'll be looking to push on tomorrow. They're already 164 runs ahead at the end of day 2. And we'll be back tomorrow morning, 9:55. Thank you for your company today. Thank you for all your tweets that have come in. Hopefully we'll get Shafiq in tomorrow and some Afghanistan viewpoints. And it's goodbye from Dubai as the sun sets.